Can somebody, yeah. Nothing wrong with the story of Prahlad Maharaj, but it's not where we are right now. Thanks. Yeah, 10th canto, 4th chapter, text 27. Shoka harsha bhaya dvesha lobha moha madanvita mito grinantam na pasyanti bavar bhavam pritag dvisha. Do the word for word. Shoka, lamentation. Harsha, jubilation. Bhaya, fear. Dvesha, envy. Lobha, greed. Moha, illusion. Mada, madness. See, we have the name of the deity, our central deity here in this shloka, Madan Mohan, right? It's the, Madan Mohan means the bewilderer of Kamdev. Anvita, endowed with. Mita, one another. Grinantam, engaged in killing. Napasyanti, do not see. Bhave, because of such differentiation. Bhavam, the situation in relation to the Supreme Lord. Pritak Drisha, persons who see everything as separate from the control of the Lord. Translation. Persons with the vision of differentiation are imbued with the material qualities of lamentation, jubilation, fear, envy, greed, illusion, and madness. They are influenced by the immediate cause, which they are busy counteracting because they have no knowledge of the remote Supreme Personality of Godhead. Please repeat. Persons with the vision of differentiation are imbued with the material qualities lamentation, jubilation, fear, envy, greed, illusion, and madness. They are influenced by the immediate cause, which are busy counteracting, because they have no knowledge of the remote, supreme cause, the personality of Godhead. So these are symptoms of the material condition, right? We're learning here. Lamentation, illusion, jubilation, fear, envy, greed, and madness. Now what's interesting is that some of these are also symptoms of ecstatic love, of elevated prema, that are symptomized by Mahaprabhu, Gauranga Mahaprabhu. So let's go through them and see. So, lamentation, is that a symptom of ecstatic love? Is that described in Chaitanya Charitamrita?
Yes.
Dina's saying yes, so it must be true. What about jubilation?
Yes.
Yes, right? What about fear? No. No. There's no fear manifested in prema. Unless you can cite an example of where Lord Chaitanya was frightened in ecstatic love, but I can't recall any. What about envy? No, these are not to be found in ecstatic love. What about greed?
Yes.
Yeah, you could make the argument, of course not materialistic greed, but spiritual greed, right? Just like Dina, you see how much prasad she takes? How much spiritual greed she did in the morning, right? It's a very good thing. Actually, there's a story in the early days of Vrindavan Gurukul, when Prabhupada was there. There was one boy, and he figured out how to break in and steal the Mangalarti sweets, right? Like the burfi, the shrikand, the para, the sandesh. And they're very upset that they were like, this is bogus, and they didn't know how to stop him. So then they thought, okay, we're going to put the fear of God into him, and we're going to take him to see Srila Prabhupada. You know, because they could not stop this boy. So they brought him in to see Prabhupada, very serious the teachers were. And it's also like about today's verse, Amanda Nanarka, you know, the teachers of Prahlad Maharaj, that was the verse that was opened, that I was not giving class on. It was that talking about the teachers. So they complained to Prabhupada. They said, this boy, he's uncontrollable. We need the prasad to give to life members and to distribute at prasadam time, and he goes in and steals it all. Prabhupada started laughing. He said, this is very good. He said, this is spiritual intelligence. Then he said, the Gurukul teachers tell the story. Then Prabhupada said, now you must give this boy as much Mahaprasad as he wants. He does not have to steal anymore. Whenever he asks, you must deliver to him. Of course, the teachers were not so happy about this arrangement, but it came from Prabhupada, so they had to surrender. Okay, what about illusion? Generally, that's why no one took a risk to say it, because when we think of illusion, we think of not understanding what is, right? But in prema, even though there's manifestations of there's no illusion, you're actually understanding the reality, you're seeing the truth, which is making you ecstatic. And here's one, you might have to think about this for a while. Madness?
Yes.
Is there some madness in ecstatic prema? Of course. Of course. Lord Chaitanya experienced Mahabhav. Symptoms of his ecstatic love are actually not experienced by certain living entity, by any living entity. Some of the ecstatic manifestations of Lord Chaitanya never experienced by anybody, no human being. We can experience some of them, but some are completely unique to Mahabhav, because Mahabhav is only experienced by Srimati Radharani. So, for example, Lord Chaitanya's limbs would extend and become lucid like the skin, they would flop around, the joints would become disjointed, or the limbs would go inside the body, and the eyes would become wide. And the same would happen to the legs. Now here's something very interesting if you don't know. So, when we understand the forms of Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra, right? Generally, if you ask devotees, they'll tell you, oh, the reason why they look like this is because Vishvakarma was interrupted by Maharaj Indradyumna. So they're unfinished deities. That's an external explanation. The Shastra explains that the real origin of Lord Jagannath's form was from Dwarka. When Krishna was king in Dwarka, that the Rohini came from Vrindavan, the mother of Balaram. And when she came, the queens of Dwarka, they knew that the relationship between the gopis and Krishna was unique. So they asked her, could you tell us about Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavan? We know that they're different from the Dwarka Leela, and we'd like to hear about them. So then Mother Rohini said, okay, but this is confidential. No one can hear it. And so we'll go into a room and close the door. And we'll have Subhadra guard. So Subhadra was standing outside and she was listening in. She wanted to hear. And when she heard Mother Rohini, one of the perfected, Nitya Siddhas of Vrindavan, started telling Krishna's pastimes, Subhadra manifested ecstatic pastimes. Her limbs withdrew into her body, her eyes became very wide. So then Balaram was walking along, looking for his mother. And then he saw her in that condition, so he was like, what's she listening to that had that effect on her? And he was listening to the recounting of the pastimes of Braja, and then he started manifesting ecstatic love of God, and it took that form, like Gauranga Mahaprabhu, the limbs withdrawn. And then Krishna walked along and saw them in that condition, and then he was listening to his own devotee talk about his loving relationships with the cowherd boys, with the gopis, with those that are like parents to him, and then he went to ecstatic prayer. So actually, Lord Jagannath, Lord Baladev, and Subhadra, it's Krishna experiencing prema. That's why the forms of these deities are the most elevated. It's Krishna and Balaram and Subhadra experiencing Krishna prema, intoxicated, stunned with ecstasy. And that's why, if you ever petition them, if you ever approach them, they will grant whatever it is that you ask. Because I have a friend called Radhe Shyam. He distributed books in Japan many years in the nightclubs. That was where you did the big book distribution. Because what would happen is people would go to the clubs and karaoke clubs and get very drunk. And they would come out, and when people are drunk, they're kind of inclined, they don't care. They'll give you what you ask for. He also said that many times he would find monks, Buddhist monks, with a girl under each arm coming out of these clubs. But we won't talk about that. So, an intoxicated person will just give you what you ask for, right? So that's why the Lord is intoxicated with Krishna praying. So whenever you approach them, they'll grant you what your desire is. And of course, in the Jagannathastakam, there's a qualification. It says that if one approaches the Lord and one feels that one has no other shelter, only Lord Jagannath is going to help you, then the Lord will reciprocate with that mood. And I've experienced, and you can find, if you ever in your spiritual life have a very difficult time where you really are going through, like you really have an emergency, you're really desperate, approach Lord Jagannath and appeal in that mood, and you'll be amazed at how the Lord reciprocates. The Lord is the master of mysticism. So it's just a little bit of a diversion from after the verse. So we'll read the purport. Krishna is the cause of all causes, sarva karana karanam. But one who has no connection with Krishna is disturbed by immediate causes and cannot restrain his vision of separation or differences. When an expert physician treats a patient, he tries to find the original cause of the disease and is not diverted by the symptoms of that original cause. Similarly, a devotee is never disturbed by reverses in life. Tapte nukampam sumikshamana. So this very famous verse spoken by Lord Brahma, that all devotees, Prabhupada would quote this verse many, many, many times. Many devotees, many classes you'll hear this verse. And basically the translation is that if a devotee undergoing what Radhanath Maharaj says compelling circumstances, where you're agitated and you have a good reason to become angry, but instead you think that not only is this my karma, so I'm going to tolerate, but actually I deserve much worse. But Krishna's kind, he's giving me a token. So Prabhupada said, like you get a cut on your finger, it's like you should have lost your arm. But Krishna's just giving little token reaction. And it's said to that devotee who has that meditation, you don't become angry, even if you're mistreated by another devotee. But you take it that like, no, I'm in this circumstance because it's my destiny. Then going back to Godhead becomes your right. Automatically, you become eligible to return to the spiritual world. A devotee understands that when he is in distress, this is due to his own past misdeeds, which are now accruing reactions. Although by the grace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they're only very slight. Karmani nirdati kintu cha bhakti bhajam. That's Brahma Samhita 554. When a devotee under the protection of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is to suffer because of the faults of his past misdeeds, he passes through only misery by the grace of the Lord. Only a little misery, only a little misery. Although the disease of a devotee is due to mistakes committed sometimes in the past, he agrees to suffer and tolerate such miseries, and he depends fully on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus, he is never affected by material conditions of lamentation, jubilation, fear, and so on. A devotee never sees anything to be unconnected with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Madhvacharya, quoting from the Vivissya Purana, says, Bhagavat darshanat yasya virodat darshanam pritak pritad dristi savijnenyo natusad bheda darshana. Om Jnanatimandasya Vinanjana Shalaya Chakshurudam Litanidena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. So it's explained that when a devotee starts the process of Krishna consciousness. Now sometimes we say when you get initiated, but I think it even goes beyond that. I think once you get connected to ISKCON and you start chanting Hare Krishna, then Krishna makes you part of his family. It's Krishna karma. He starts dealing with you directly. If we are not devotees of Krishna, then generally what we experience in our lives is like a machine. It's a reaction. You push a button and the machine gives you your chocolate bar, right? You put your money in. Sometimes you may not get one, but generally material nature is like a machine. You do something, you get a reward. You do something, you get a punishment. It's like a machine. But then when we chant Hare Krishna, Krishna then guides the karma in a way that it's meant to train us like a loving parent. It's not just material nature, the ugly, cruel, Durga Ma, punishing you, whipping you with all her weapons. Krishna is lovingly, and sometimes it's painful. It's not always sweet. We become devotees. It doesn't mean there's no more suffering. But that suffering is tailored to help us become Krishna conscious. So therefore we should always understand that when we go through difficulty, especially at the hands of devotees, this is the real challenge. Many times I've been a devotee I joined in 1985. I've been around a little while. And whenever I've met people who have left Krishna consciousness, it's very rare, if you talk to somebody who's left ISKCON or stopped practicing, it's very rare they say, oh yeah, I just can't believe that God's blue and plays a flute and dances with Radharani and the gopis. It's not philosophical. That's not what people leave. what they will tell you is, they'll go, well, I was a Sankirtan devotee, it was a Christmas marathon, and the temple president told me he was going to pick me up from the Kmart. And he never came, and I spent the night in the winter, and I walked back to the temple, and that's generally why people move away from Krishna consciousness. They have some test, and instead of going, Krishna kicked my butt, like what can I do? Instead they blame it, no, it's because of the gurus, it's the GDC, it's this, it's that, like this was unfair, ISKCON did this to me. So this is illusion. We have to accept that even when the society does something we don't understand, it's a test. Because how you can hold ISKCON responsible? Can you ever pay back the debt what Prabhupada has given us? Where would we be without Srila Prabhupada? Now maybe some of the people in this class come from a pious Hindu background, and therefore they weren't suffering so much in the material world. But still, so much misunderstanding is there in Hinduism. So much caste consciousness and so much confusion. But us Westerners, we were really saved by Prabhupada, because we're really living in a very cold, dark hell with no understanding. So all of us, if we go through some difficulty, we have to think, well, it's kind of like if I give you $10,000, right? Just as a donation. And then a few months later I say, hey, listen, do you have $100? I got to go to Publix and get something. And you go, okay. And I just forget to pay you back. And you're like, where is that $100? No, generally we'll be like, the guy gave me 10,000. I'm going to let go 100, no problem. But sometimes people, like, they'll do that. They'll go, no, you owe me 100. They'll become angry. They don't have the vision to understand this person gave you. So what we've been given by the society is just everything. So if sometimes something is taken away, we have to suffer a little bit. We shouldn't be so foolish as to become angry and go away or become critical. Does that make sense? You know? ISKCON gives us the oxygen we breathe. The spiritual oxygen. It's our very means of survival. So sometimes it takes away. Sometimes it takes away, and we have to tolerate. We can't become upset. And we may see that those that are in positions of leadership, we may, sometimes think we have a better idea. That's fine, but still, we have to be supportive and grateful. Because we take so much, right? It's like if we complain about prasadam, right? It's like we're getting so much, it's like, oh, these potatoes weren't cooked properly. It's kind of not really seeing the big picture. And Prabhupada used to say, if you have a problem, then you do something better. Don't criticize. So it's easy to say what I'm talking about. I'm also guilty. I can be a Pakka fault finder also, from fault finder land. But still, amongst the devotees, we discuss these things and we get inspiration, we get encouragement. So that's the great challenge. And that is what ultimately is described as the Mahahati Aparad in Chaitanya Charitamrita, is the great elephant offense that destroys your creeper of devotion in your heart, is when you go away from the association of the Guru and the Vaishnavas. That is the ultimate offense, where you lose your Bhakti Lata Bij, the creeper growing in your heart. So we have to be whatever we do, we can never give up the association of devotees. We have to rush and run wherever we find them, and appreciate that it's a great gift. Because when we enter the temple, we're not subject to the suffering of the material world anymore. We float. Being in ISKCON, it's like you're floating. It's very sweet and when we stay in contact, then nothing is too difficult. We can tolerate, and life is good. So we want to continue to swim in that ocean, that Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. So my service, I serve in Mayapur, and I work for Jai Pataka Maharaj on the TOVPE. What that is, the TOVPE is the museum that's going to be in the west wing, nearest to the Ganga, in the temple, the big temple. And the purpose of the museum is to explain the central feature of the temple, which is what?
The planetarium.
It's the planetarium. It's the Vedic 5th canto cosmos, which is it's not widely understood, even in ISKCON, that we've not really trained devotees to understand 5th canto cosmology, what to speak of the public. So this is so people will come, because we're saying such crazy things like, yeah, the sun is the chariot, and there's Meru and Bhumandala, and there's the ocean of milk, and it's kind of sounds wild. So people will think you're serious, like you're trying to present this for real. This is like the Tooth Fairy, or Santa Claus going on the sky on Christmas, giving the presents. But no, 5th canto cosmology is real. It's genuine. So I'm leaving tomorrow evening back from Mayapur. So I gave a couple of classes while I was here, kind of talking a little bit about cosmology. So just in the last few minutes, I had a last part that I wanted to explain. So a brief description of the chandelier of the planetarium described in the 5th canto. So those that were there, can we have an account again? What is the structure? Just an abbreviated structure of the cosmos according to the 5th canto. What's at the bottom? Do you remember?
Isn't it Jambudvi? Or you mean bottom?
Bottom. Huh? No, below Pataloka. Yes, it's Ananta Shesha reciting Bhagavatam to the 4 Kumaras. Then as you go up, then there's the Patals. You've got Nagaloka, you have the subterranean hellish planets, heavenly hellish planets, because they're actually in many ways superior to the beauty of Indra, his gardens. Because the materialists are better at enjoying the material world than us. Devotees are pretty good. Of course, our enjoyment is spiritual, but materially, there's no one as expert as the non-devotees. You go into some 5-star hotel in America, and it's just amazing how they have it set up, You can have your $50 martini with gold foil in it, and an imported olive from Greece, brought over on a medical helicopter. Right? They're very good at spending huge amounts of money. Of course, I don't mind imported fancy olives either, but not in a martini. Put some Ayurvedic tincture in there. So then we go up, and then what's in the middle? What's in the center? Yeah, so we have our Earth planet, which is simultaneously a globe and it's flat. It is both. So don't listen to people who tell you that the Earth is flat and it's not round. It's a deception. It's not true. Prabhupada explains, it depends. If you're a city yogi, you can see how it's flat, and you can fly and travel like it's flat. But for us, because we're not advanced, we can fly around it, and it appears to us like a globe. So this globe Earth is part of Bhumandala. Bhumandala is an area of 7 islands and 7 oceans that are circular. And in the center is Jambudvip, which is a stepped hill. It looks like a Vedi. It's what a fire sacrifice is done. When you build bricks, and they do a yajna, a havan, so that is like Jambudvip. And there's a upside down cone that comes out of Jambudvip. What's it called? Meru. That's the flames of the havan in the center of the universe. So this is a very good way to have a grasp of 5th canto cosmology. And the purpose of havan is what? Why do we do sacrifice? Of course, we're pleasing Krishna, ultimately Yagyaman, Vishnu, but traditionally, who is fed through the ghee?
Agni.
And other devas, right? It's through Agni, and then it's distributed to the demigods. That's the old Treta Yuga system. Because everyone is a devotee, and the demigods are devotees, so there's no problem. But in Kali Yuga, because we're in such illusion, there's no encouragement to separately worship the devas, because we'll get confused. We'll want some benefit. So therefore, Sankirtan is the yajna meant for the satisfaction of Radha and Krishna and Gauranga Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. So, then above Meru is the abode of the devas, in the 4 directions, and then above that are the planets, Chandra and Surya, moving around the center of Meru, which is the pole star, Dhruvaloka. It's like a line comes down, and everything goes around that. And then above the planets, this is a very abbreviated explanation. The nakshatras, the star systems, the bhavas in astrology, you know the 12 houses, Virgo, Leo, right? So they're above. And then above that you have Janalok, Tapalok, Satyalok. And then above that you have Shirdakshay Vishnu in the Milk Ocean. And the Brahma also exists there. And then you go up and it's ultimately Mahesh Dham, the abode of Shiva. And then the Viraja River. And then you go into the Vaikuntha planets. You go to Brahma Jyoti, Brahmanand, the place of bliss where souls go. Prabhupada said, if you're a perfected Buddhist, if you're successful, then you get to think you're God by glowing God's glow. So you can think, it's me, but you're the glow. But Prabhupada explained that it's temporary. It doesn't last. You have to come down because you get lonely, Prabhupada said. And then we go to the Vaikuntha planets, 4-armed Vishnu, and then you have the planet of Lord Ram, Ayodhya-puri, you have the planet of Dwarka, you have the planet of Mathura. It's getting sweeter and sweeter, and then ultimately Goloka, where you can, there's no rules, it's Raganuga Bhakti, it's spontaneous devotion. If one of the pujaris took a bite of a piece of laddu and then offered it to Krishna, we would go, sorry Prabhu, we are taking you off the roster. But in the spiritual world, you can take a big juicy bite of the laddu that your mother made you and stick it in Krishna's mouth, and he's like, more? There's no sense of like, what? How dare you? No, he's like, what are you hiding? Like, more. That was awesome. You know, he's greedy to eat that. There's no sense of like rules and regulations. That's Goloka Vrindavan.
Prema Bhakti.
Yeah, it's spontaneous devotion. There's no rules. And even Krishna agrees to be under the illusion of Tulsi Devi. Right? We asked this question in another class, that if you find some amazing fruit tree, you know, Prabodhananda Saraswati says that there's some fruits in Goloka that look like jewels. And the gopis, the manjaris, prepare them as snacks for Radha and Krishna. Fruits that look like jewels, and they put them on banana leaves. So let's you find some amazing fruit bush, and you make it and you're hiding it behind your back. Does Krishna know the fruit, the special fruit that you found that no one ever had before? Does he know? No, he doesn't. His feature of Ishwar is stopped because he wants to be surprised by his friend. You understand? He wants to enjoy, like, whoa, where did you find these like cherry, guava, emerald fruits? This is insane. Take me to the bush. And all the cowherd boys go, that's what he wants. He wants to enjoy that fun of a surprise party. You think you get to have a surprise party, but Krishna doesn't get to? No. So ultimately, the Tulsi Devi, Vrinda Devi, he agrees to be put under illusion, where he's covered, so he can enjoy like an equal with his friends. So this is something amazing. It's amazing theology that Prabhupada has delivered us. So, just to give you what I wanted to give you before we ended. So, by understanding that Jambudweep is like a sacrifice, and Meru is the flames of the sacrifice, so then we understand what the significance of this is that the very center of our reality is about sacrifice. Like, that's the whole purpose of the material manifestation. It's to sacrifice. So, the dimension, the interdimensional portal from the Vedic cosmos into the Earth planet is that Bharat Bhumi, India, which is below the Himalayas, is looking in the direction of the gateway into the 5th canto, facing Jambudweep. Just as much as the yajna, the performance performing the sacrifice, faces north and is spooning the ghee into the Vedi. You understand? So how the Vedi, Jambudweep, which is the center of the universe, Bharat Bhumi, is facing, because we're as humans, led by India, is meant to sacrifice in that big sacrificial pit in the center of the universe. You understand? So therefore, India, sitting around the Himalayas, is facing in the direction, and if you go into the Himalayas, there's a gateway where you can go into Jambudweep and access another dimension of the fifth canto cosmology. You follow that? So that's the connection between the fifth canto and this planet. And there's lots of examples. Draupadi, the golden flower came down, and she sent Bhima to go find out where the golden lotuses were from. So he goes up in the Himalayas and he finds Yaksha's abode, which is in it's in the subtle reality of the fifth canto. But because the Himalayas are a gateway, he was able to find it. Right? So does that, you see, so that's the connection between, and therefore, that line that comes down from the Himalayas is the center. It's what we call the prime meridian. So the movements of the sun in the fifth canto, actually, if you're at Kurukshetra in India, that's the real time. So sunrise at Kurukshetra is sunrise in Jambudweep for Bhumandala. And then as you go farther away from Kurukshetra, then you go farther away from universal time of the fifth canto. So quickly, I mean, we can also meet like later if you have actual questions, because we're kind of out of time. So that's just, we invite you, if you can come, we're going to open the museum, and our purpose is to explain that the fifth canto cosmology is real. It's not mythology, it's not metaphorical, it's not imagination, but it's just we can't see it at the present moment. It's extra dimensional. We don't have the consciousness. If we're an exalted siddhi like Ramanujacharya, because he describes sometimes, he travels and sees these things, but we're just like, we grew up with like cartoons on television. We're brainwashed to believe that what NASA tells us about space is true. That's our conditioning. So when someone comes and says, no, it's not true, what NASA's telling you, we're like, oh no, it's NASA. It's like, America's so great. We put a man on the moon. It's like, yeah, but so if you didn't, are you accepting that everything is a lie and you're useless and incompetent? We're very attached to believing that our great American institutions are real, but anyway, that's all going to come crashing down. Prabhupada didn't really believe it. So, we won't go any deeper into conspiracy theory, but you just read Prabhupada's books and he'll explain. It's all there. It's all there. But it is very interesting, right? That the technology of 1969, if you think about like a computer that was in a 3-story building is now in your Fitwatch, like more. But somehow or other, it's 2022 and we didn't go back, right? Like somehow, anyway, you can draw your own conclusions, what's really going on. So any questions? Yes, Prabhu.
Thank you, brilliant presentation. I have a question regarding the upper planetary system, because you were explaining about the middle planetary system, which is Bhuva and Swa, and you were explaining that there is a gateway we can actually face towards the Jambudweep. However, you said that the upper planetary system, Mahajana, Tapo and Satyaloka, they are beyond our solar system, right? Universal solar system.
Oh yeah.
So you are saying that they don't have to do any sacrifice. It's different for them. For us, we have to do sacrifice in the middle planetary system, because we are bound to do bound by the karma. Like how you want to explain?
Well, remember that yajna is the center of the universe for everyone. Everyone is performing sacrifice. But the higher dimensional beings, they don't need to ritualize it, because their sacrifice is like brahmacharya, right? In those higher planets. That's their offering into the fire of celibacy, which you could argue is like more of a sacrifice. So ultimately, the significance of the center of Jambudweep being a yajna pit is that that's the foundation of reality. Our universe is sacrificed to the Lord. You know? Okay, I just got the from the temple president. We got a lot going on. Okay, very busy day, Prabhuji. Let's have a round of applause for Prabhuji. I've been spending time with him and had a little backdoor vision of he's balancing everything. He's thinking ahead and managing everything. He's even thinking about how many bags of salad do we have for the salad for Prashad. He's going to Publix. So, yeah. We should all understand that Prabhuji's working very hard, and if we have a moment, we should approach him and ask him how we can assist. That's actually the sacrifice that is the center of the new Panihati universe. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai!
So, we'll have prasadam by 12:30.
Thank you.
Let's just try to keep the program on time so we can make sure that right after that song, we're going to have a representative. First, we'll have Balabhadra Prabhu as a senior godbrother to speak for 2-3 minutes. Not each of those temples. Texas, of course. Texas has Houston, Dallas. I've requested 1 or 2 devotees to go and remind Mara to bring Guru Maharaj. When Guru Maharaj comes, before he comes, we'll have the cake on display here. There has been some devotees working hard since last night. So we'll have the cake display, and then Guru Maharaj, when he comes, we'll sing Gurudev, our Guru Maharaj song that we sing for Guru Maharaj. After that song, with the arati, one of the devotees will have, I'll probably have either Sarvajaya, who's the biggest sponsor here, to do, or somebody will do the arati. And then after the arati, Guru Maharaj will cut the cake. If he speaks for 1 or 2 few minutes, that's fine. If not, we'll cut the cake. Then after that, we'll do a group picture. So when I say group picture, please do not surround Guru Maharaj in front of him. You're going to be having Guru Maharaj around you. So everybody will figure out how to line it up, and then everybody around here squish it as much as you can. If not everybody can fit, maybe I'll see if we can get 2 pictures. One group, and don't try to be on both pictures. Give chance to those who didn't have the chance, right? So we'll see how it goes. If we can get everybody, that'll be great. So I've already talked to Maharaja, and he has a good camera, and he said he will work it out. So idea is you may not get individual pictures, but you will get at least a group picture. That is the whole thing. This is sort of a prelude to our Vyasa Puja. Okay? Is everybody good with the program? Yes. Okay. Yes. We are not going to do all that. It's just in light of his health, plus he has his sister visiting him and all that. The Pada Puja, we will just do it in your mind. So that's one thing. But before I conclude, I want to recognize some of the devotees working hard to make this happen. Several devotees who are helping. Let's give them a big round of applause for the last little nicer. There are many devotees here who have helped, and definitely I want to recognize Sachi Pran. He's coordinating all the activities on a day-to-day basis, so let's give him a round of applause. And let's recognize the sponsors for today. Today we had Sarvajaya Prabhu. Let's give him a big shout out. That was not enthusiastic. And then we'll give a big shout out to Lakshman Prabhu, who is making a beautiful feast. And recognize some of the devotees who decorated this in a short time. So let's give them. Rasa Manjari was the lead there. And then we also have some of the, what else did I miss here? The decorations, the prasadam, and what else? Did I miss anything? If I did miss anything, let's recognize all the devotees who are working hard, the servants, everybody, so let's give them a big shout out. Last but not the least this, let's give all of you a big applause to come from all over the country and changing your flights many times. So apologies for that, but let's give all of you a big round of applause. Hare Krishna. Now let's start with the program.
Krishna Thakur, glorifying the spiritual master. So it says, Gurudev, with a drop of mercy, make this servant of yours humbler than a blade of grass. Give me the strength to bear the trials, trouble, and free me from all desire for honor. Number 2, O Lord and Master, please invest me with the power to honor all living beings properly. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, fears of offenses. Number 3, O Lord and Master, when will such mercy fall to this weak and foolish devotee? Please make me your beloved servant. Number 4, when I examine myself, I find nothing of value. Therefore, your mercy is essential to me. If you are not merciful, I shall simply weep and weep, and I shall not maintain my life. Jai Shri Acharya ki jai.
What I'd like to do is, in order to make sure that the program goes on, since we are bound by time, those who are speaking, you kindly come here to this chair. Each temple representative, I'll call on the states. As and when we call in state, pick your representative, come, and make sure that you represent the whole state, and say a few words, 2-3 minutes. But in that time, quietly from this side, come, and that Prabhu Sachitran will give you little lotus flower petals, rose petals. You're welcome to offer it to Guru Maharaj here. You might ask why we cannot do in person, because if you do it in person, it will take time. Guru Maharaj is not having that much energy to be here for the whole thing. So his picture is here, so quietly come, offer your rope temple, and he is a very, very dear to our Guru Maharaj. Let's give Balabhadra Prabhu a big, big round of applause.
And he was a temple president too.
Vaishnavya Namo Vishnu Guraya Krishna Prasad Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurava Vicharani Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Vistarani. So thank you all for being here to celebrate and appreciate the life of His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj. I'm extremely fortunate having met him first in 1976 in Mayapur, along with Bhavananda at that time. And his association with this temple has been longer than his span of time in ISKCON. He joined in the 67 or 68, I can't remember. But he's been associated with this temple for over 40 years, so we should give him. And of course, he came first just as a visiting sannyasi, and later on became a GC. That meant that not only Atlanta, but New Orleans, New Taliban, and then, Tennessee, or I say about farm, became his area of responsibility. So he's given a lot to this community, and now, of course, Alachua, and then devotees from Texas and everywhere. But we should remember the sacrifices that he's made in order to do that. This recent sacrifice of coming here now, after going through great difficulty, physical difficulty, demonstrates the amount of love that he has for us. And for me personally, I just celebrated my 70th birthday, and Mahabunu arranged a special video message from Jayapataka Maharaj. And we have a very special, interesting relationship based on cheesecake. So I was shocked that the message was, he said, I know the technology is not there now, and I cannot come and be with you, but maybe in the future the technology will be there. I can send you a cheesecake through some IT platform. So I just want to share a couple of quick memories that will reinforce the concept of the sacrifice he's made for all of us. Some of you may know his history. Back in I believe it was the 90s, he was visiting Spain, and he was attacked at the airport in Spain. And the doctor said if he had been cut just a little more, he would have died. So he was in England, and he called me from England. And I said, Maharaj, when are you going to Mayapur? He said, no, I'm not going to Mayapur. I want to come to my home in Atlanta. And it was just a shock. So when he arrived here, and he had all the bandages and all that, I just fell into tears. I said, look what he's doing for us. He's going through all of that just to give us an opportunity. And me as a godbrother, I'm very fortunate to be able to serve him. And so I encourage all of you, take advantage of this opportunity to serve him. It's not like just disciples love him so much. All his godbrothers, everyone loves him. And they love to have the opportunity to serve him. So now that he's going through greater physical difficulties, so much so I think about it, it takes 3 or 4 people just to take him to the bathroom. Can you imagine that? But that's also service. Srila Prabhupada in his last days was lying there, and devotees were just serving and crying and serving, taking that opportunity. So you have this opportunity. Please take advantage of it. Every second you can be with him to get his blessings. So the amount of instructions that he left in this one temple constitutes an entire book. I'm not exaggerating, because I sat with him all the time. He would talk to devotees and give guidance. And one big instruction, which I'll leave you with this thought. He said, Krishna will test you, and then test you again, and then test you again. And then he said to all the devotees, and then one big test, and no more tests. So when I think of him, I think of the big test. I don't know anyone in the history of this movement, except Srila Prabhupada, that has been subjected to so much suffering, and still enthusiastic for devotional service. Can you imagine? I mean, he can't dance like he used to, but he'll raise his hand just to show you that he's trying to dance. What do you say? Mahaprabhu here, Tananita Gita, Vadita Mata, Manasora Sena. So in his mind, he's relishing the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. So with his hands, he goes like that, or like this, like that, trying to do some kirtan. So please take this opportunity while you're here. Don't waste this time. Try to get his association as much as you can. And remember the sacrifices he's made for all of us, including his godbrothers. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama. Thank you very much.
So when you are coming to do the Pushpanjali, I recommend that you quietly come and give some space there so they can go back that way, so we don't disturb the speakers. If you're walking like this, you're disturbing the speakers. And I request you to kindly, quietly come, and if devotees have to move here, make space. Because what happens, we are offending the speakers, right? So nobody should cross through here, only go through that way. I know that we are crowded, and we're going to get double crowded. So you all need to come closer. You need to let people know that they can sit. You can, as long as you're masked, you can sit next to each other. Okay? So please kind of, this side, kind of come closer. And here also you come closer so devotees can come. We should expect another 50, 60 devotees who will come here when Guru Maharaj comes. Right? So before we go further, is anybody able to do Facebook Live? Anybody doing Facebook Live for those who are not able to attend?
I'm doing live from my channel.
So as long as it is Facebook in live and anybody can feed it to those who cannot come, I'll appreciate it. But now let's move on. I would like to first of all see, we'll start from the southeast, we'll go Midwest, and then we'll go to the West Coast, or we'll go either way. There is no particular order. I do see a lot of West Coast devotees here, so since you are right in front of my eyes, I'm going to call on California. So who is going to represent California? One Prabhu or Mataji? No, either gender is fine. One person. Okay, Koladvi Prandas, let's give him a big round of applause. And he's going to speak for the whole of California.
Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Vishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanande Namaste Saraswati Devaya Gauravani Vacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschimya Deshataine Vanchakapatarubyascha Pashinduvyavacha Patitana Pavlika Vaishnava. Hare Krishna. Actually, I don't have any qualification, but here many senior devotees from West Coast are also present. And somehow or other I am here. So please forgive me for my offenses for being imprudent here. So actually California is a big area, Mataji. I don't know how much I can cover for Southern California. We live in Northern California from ISKCON of Silicon Valley, and we are very closely affiliated with Sacramento devotee communities. So there are, in total, I see that there are like 20 families who are serving under Guru Maharaj's shelter in Sacramento area and ISKCON of Silicon Valley. So our main service is to do book distribution. If you have heard that under Vaisheshika Prabhu's guidance and leadership, ISKCON of Silicon Valley is primarily into book distribution. And I see that Guru Maharaj is also working with Vaisheshika Prabhu very closely. He is inspiring with his presence in Sunday classes, which are held on a weekly basis during the monthly Sankirtan festivals. So I usually do the Pujari service during Sunday morning. So I hear Guru Maharaj's conversation with Vaisheshika Prabhu time to time. So in one of the recent conversations during the Gita campaign, Guru Maharaj was being shown in the map, geographical map of different temples and their commitment to distribute number of books, how many number of books they want to distribute. So Vaisheshika Prabhu was showing very nice, beautiful presentation. I saw it later actually. That time I was just only hearing, but I saw the video later. So they based on the temple location in the whole earth map, planet map, they are putting the numbers. Now when they're zooming in, the small temples or different temples numbers are also coming up. In the top level, they can see only continental number. So when they're zooming in, Guru Maharaj is pointing out, oh, I have that temple there, this temple there. Why is the number from that temple is so less? Because there are so many devotees over there. So usually when people see numbers, they like hundreds of thousands of books are being distributed, they get exalted or they get very joyous. But Guru Maharaj was actually finding more opportunity for devotees to serve. He's telling like, oh, you should actually consult the devotee leader over there and find him and get some commitment, more commitment for book distribution. So this is our Guru Maharaj. He finds minor opportunity for everyone to serve. We can sometimes think, oh, we are like so many disciples, Guru Maharaj cannot actually give personal time to us, personal instruction to us. But he is actually instructing us through his classes, everyday Chaitanya Lila classes, through his personal interaction with other devotees. And they are getting published in Facebook and different medias. And if we are reading those, if we are actually having the transcript of his lectures on a daily basis, we are always connected with Guru Maharaj. We are not out of his association. So we have to establish this association which is more powerful, the Bani association, because Gopa association is very difficult and sometimes we have to accept it, that sometimes the Gopa association will be not there at all. But the Bani association will be there. So I appreciate that Guru Maharaj is inspiring everyone to read Srila Prabhupada's books, get the degrees, Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhav, Bhakti Sarvabhauma, and distribute it to others also. So thank you. I apologize that I could not tell much about LA Temple. I know that Guru Maharaj's heart is very close to Rukmini Dwarkadish, and they are also massive book distributors, and they are doing many services. So I apologize for that. Hare Krishna.
Since you put me in a spot, we'll give you about a minute, Mataji, if you want to represent California, Southern California. California always special in this country. And by the way, all speakers try to be cognizant. We want everybody to speak. Okay, Mataji? She's representing Southern California, and please state your name.
Right.
Sister in Atlanta. Dear Guru Maharaj, thank you so much for connecting us to bring Srila Prabhupada to heaven.
This is, see, short but very sweet. Let's give Mataji a big round of applause. No, that's not big enough. Let's give him a big round. And I sincerely request those who are standing in line, please don't talk. If you want to talk, you're welcome to go outside. Next, I would like to invite New Orleans Temple, Satyavad Prabhu. Sarvatarak Prabhu, sorry. Are you ready? Sarvatarak? Okay, let's give Sarvatarak Prabhu a round of applause representing New Orleans Temple. And we really need everybody to stick to the short time, apologize, but make it sweet.
জয় পতাকা স্বামী নামিনে নমো আচার্য পাদায় নিতাই কৃপাপদায়নে গৌর কথা ধমদায় নগর গ্রাম তারিণে নমো বিষ্ণু পাদায় কৃষ্ণ বেষ্টায় ভূতালে শ্রীমতে ভক্তি বেদান্ত স্বামী নামিনে নমস্তে সরস্বতী দেব গৌরবাণী প্রচারিণে নির্বিশেষ শূন্যবাদী পাশ্চাত্য দেশদায়িনী. So dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. Actually, I am not qualified to glorify our beloved Guru Maharaj Acharya Pad, His Holiness Joy Pataka Swami Guru Maharaj's qualities, his pastimes, his transcendental activities. But for my purification, I am representing from New Orleans Temple, because New Orleans Temple is very dear to Guru Maharaj. So I feel crying today, because after all the time after Bash Puja, he comes United States and he goes New Orleans Temple to the after Bash Puja, we do like the pre-Bash Puja ceremony, and Guru Maharaj gives us blessings, because hundreds of devotees are living in New Orleans, all of them from Mayapur. That is why Guru Maharaj gave a name, the New Orleans Temple is a mini Mayapur. And he is actually trustee of New Orleans Temple. And his, like the New Orleans Temple is his heart. Like I'm mentioning very quickly 2-3 small pastimes when we are going through very hard time after Katrina, because we couldn't run the temple. And New Orleans Temple, we don't have any electricity, no food, no accommodation. And suddenly Guru Maharaj visited New Orleans Temple. Then we got the emperor, the darkness, and Guru Maharaj comes brought the light. And Guru Maharaj ordered or advised, okay, do catering. Then you can run the temple, do the prasad distribution. Then I was watching, that time Dipu Gopala was a servant of Guru Maharaj. I told, actually I was not able to very close to Guru Maharaj. But then I asked his servant Dipu Gopala how we run the catering and who is going to cook. And Dipu Gopala told, Guru Maharaj told, that's it. It will be happen. So then we start catering. Personally, myself, I didn't cook in my life, but we start catering and prasad distribution, myself and Sadadev Prabhu. But this temple is run by catering, by prasad distribution. And we didn't get any complaint until 2005. Since 2005, we are distributing prasadam. And the temple is running smoothly by his the order, or his he mentioned, just do the prasad distribution, it will run the temple. So there are many pastimes actually, you all remember whatever Guru Maharaj says, because he is fully transcendental. And 2017 he visited New Orleans again, and he ordered us open the preaching center. Then we start preaching in Baton Rouge. Actually it was miracle. Once Guru Maharaj mentioned and giving blessings and flourishing, this the preaching. Actually I don't know how it is happening. So we are so fortunate, birth after birth. It is difficult to get such a guru or a spiritual master like His Holiness Joy Pataka Swami Acharya Pad. We should take full advantage to follow his advice, follow his instruction. That way our life will be successful, and we can please others, we can carry the legacy of Prabhupada, and we can distribute the Prabhupada preaching, the Harinam Sankirtan, and then Guru Maharaj will be very happy. We can always glorify Guru Maharaj's joy, but if we don't follow his instruction, so what is the use of it? We'll get little glimpse of his love or his blessings. But if we follow by heart and soul, once I heard somebody asking Guru Maharaj, we are preaching and we didn't report you. and we don't put in the Facebook, and we don't inform you. So how do you know we are preaching, but so many people are informing you, so many. Guru Maharaj told, I know like who are doing hard. So Guru Maharaj is like Antarjami. So if we carry his mode, his instruction, his advice, then we can fully respect him. So please follow his instruction and give your blessing, so I can also carry his mode. And because I am very insignificant with the Vaishnava blessings, we cannot do anything. So thank you so much for giving me opportunity to glorify our beloved spiritual master. Like I am very fallen soul, I am taking bath in the Ganges to purify myself, like to glorify Guru Maharaj. I am getting little opportunity. So please give me your blessings very well.
Let's give a big round of applause to Satyavrat Prabhu. Please show a little more enthusiasm. I also want to remind everybody that you are representing the temple, not individuals. So just come and please be cognizant of the time, and let's spend 2 to 3 minutes. And then at this point I'd like, let us give a warm welcome to Govardhan Leela Mataji. She is the current vice president, but she's right now in charge of this temple while Vedasana Prabhu is in Mayapur. He should be coming very shortly in the next couple of days. So on the 7th, unfortunately he'll be missing, but he saw Guru Maharaj in Mayapur. So let's give a temple management of Atlanta for hosting everybody a big round of applause. Are you all very happy here? Are you thankful to Atlanta Temple for hosting you? No complaints? That was only few people. No complaints?
Excuse me, here is Guru Maharaj's sister.
Guru Maharaj. Okay, in the interest of moving to continue this program, please be cognizant. We are trying to bring here Guru Maharaj between 12 and 12:30. So the program again, when Guru Maharaj comes, for those who came late, the program will be as soon as he comes. We will go ahead and have a Guru Puja. And so please someone have the Aarti tray ready. And then right after Guru Puja, the cake is being offered now to the deities. The cake should be brought out, and then Guru Maharaj will cut the cake, and then we'll do a group picture of Guru Maharaj, and then at 1 o'clock prasadam will be served outside in the back. Okay, now I'd like to invite Radha Prabhu from Phoenix, Arizona, representing Phoenix. Please be short and sweet.
Thank you, Mahatma Prabhu. Hare Krishna, everybody. So we are all here gathered to be in the presence of an eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya. Eternal associate of Lord Sri Chaitanya, Pramana Prabhu, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj, Guru Maharaj ki. Okay, so I will make it quick. I want to read a poem glorifying Guru Maharaj. It's one of the Vyasa Puja offerings I made a few years ago, but I think it's very quick. This is called Srila Jayapataka Charita Manasa. Okay. On April 9, Ekadasi 1949, appeared the soul pure divine, an eternal associate of Sri Mahaprabhu to save everyone from certain roof. Into a family of aristocratic prominence, born with all material opulence, he brought his birthplace fame. They say Wisconsin is its name. And our sister is right here. He did not know it then, but faith in him quietly begun. As devout boy of 11, he sought the higher heaven. With his grandsire as his witness, he cured himself of some sickness, using the holy name as lever and its very omnipotent power. At St. John's Military Academy, it was that he became top of his class, always the best, but always fair. No surprise in this is there. Then to a prestigious college, an Ivy League Brown University no less, to gain some mundane knowledge with full scholarship success. But at Brown he heard a spiritual talk which stopped and changed his course. It was on Lord the Buddha that made him seek a new purpose, leaving the dog and pony show for something more meaningful now, to seek a bona fide spiritual master who could show him absolute truth. He was thinking of going to India, mothership of the human race. Just then Krishna showed him devotees of Srila Prabhupada, His Divine Grace. In 1968 Ratha Yatra, his very first devotee day, at San Francisco, a pious serenade by the causeless mercy of their lordships, our young sire attended parade. Soon arrived great fortunate day for all of us, the date of his cosmic spiritual call. With thunderbolt, lightning flash and all, on to Srila Prabhupada's feet he'd simply fall. With victory emblazoned in his name, became Jai Pataka Das, ACBSP, Haribol! 1968 initiated into that divine race by Srila Prabhupada's Divine Grace. Immediately working jobs outside, funding all the temple needs, he made his mark from the get-go. Is that any surprise to know? He personally served his master, Pujari, cook, president, whatever. He did it with joy, with such delight, earnestly every day and every night. He helped open more Krishna temples, the perfect start to his blessed role in Toronto, Chicago, and elsewhere at only 19 years of age, blazing, full of dare. As Srila Prabhupada continued to travel, young Jai Pataka Das kept in touch through constant letters to seek shiksha on spiritual life, deep earnestness such. In Canada, 1969, he wanted to learn Bengali, despite having never seen Bengal. Clearly the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from his direct association many lives past. One day in April 1970, a letter to him in which Srila Prabhupada wrote, to please proceed unto India to the land of Mayapur. Not months, but years, SP said. We have a great deal of work there. Just see His Divine Grace, already certainly that Jai Pataka Das was his trusted protege heir. Soon Prabhupada stopped in India and he met Jai Pataka Das where on Radhashtami Day 1970, Sannyas, Guru Parampara linked then and there. Deep in Mayapur, a young Swami for all to behold, what a wonder, at only 21 years old, and so he along with Achyutananda Swami, ISKCON Mayapur's original anchor hold. In 1971, putting down the first bricks bare, working with not a moment to spare, for Srila Prabhupada's world headquarters, building Goloka Vrindavana there. Asked to lead the temple projects, Calcutta it was from where, for his master, organized massive pandals to hear His Divine Grace, 30,000 people nightly there. More and more land obtained by Maharaj, and His Divine Grace personally wrote to him, I have given you Mayapur, the kingdom of God, which now you nicely developed from. Haribol! The Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's birthplace also became his permanent home, the first to get Indian citizenship, for which people's unprecedented support shown. On Srila Prabhupada also made sure, asking TKG, in the list of GBC, is Jai Pataka there? You all know that. They were reading out the list of 11 GBCs. The fourth or fifth later he said, is Jai Pataka there? That's all Prabhupada asked.
What was that?
This was when, in July, when they were reading out the 11 GBCs out of the fourth, Prabhupada immediately asked, where is Jai Pataka there? To make him one of the original 11 governors, 4 decades of serving and still serving fair. Is that fair?
Yes.
Because our Srila Prabhupada always knew, come rain or shine, he, his son would be there. To take custody of a most precious duty and discharge with deep love and care. In 1977, when Srila Prabhupada stepped ahead and took the Godhead stare, his humble disciples continued to spread Krishna glory, no town or village to spare. From since Srila Prabhupada's leaving, Guru Maharaj has taken to the mission, landed in every land, country and village lane to push, preach and build the holy vision. In the spirit of being a Narada Muni sage of this very, very fallen Kali age, you travel widely to serve and gauge, and your disciples respond, mirror image. Haribol!
Gauranga!
Then in 2008, a Richter shock that ripped through the hearts of your disciple flock and admires in every time zone clock, King Gajendra in a crocodile lock. You tirelessly serve. Your success belongs to your Guru, whose mercy you lock in your heart, and you keep it safely to this day to distribute to the yearning lot. Your tireless service to His divine grace, and do everything that you have been asked. And through your Guru, Maharaj, always, and though you, Maharaj, you will always deny it, your successes certainly cannot be masked. I bow down before you, my Father, with yearning love in my heart, but my surrender needs your mercy to serve you more with all I've got.
Thank you.
Gauranga.
Let's give a big round of applause to Radhakrishna Prabhu. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. He has written a very again, in the interest of time, I'm going to try to see if anybody here, servant of, or maybe I'll ask Nanda Kumar. Is he here, Nanda Kumar? After you speak, go to the next door and try to start getting Guru Maharaj. Ask Maharaj to get Guru Maharaj ready while we are all continuing the speaking here. Okay. He's come. Nanda Kumar. Let's give Nanda Kumar. He's representing Washington DC. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Hurry, 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 hurry.
Kindly request, please refrain for 2 to 3 minutes.
So I'm very happy to be here. So like Prabhu before me said, that Guru Maharaj is an eternal associate of Lord Chaitanya. We heard that. And actually we have seen it because when the stroke happened in 2008, the doctor said that a stroke like that, a person would not survive. We all know that, right? So not only he survived, but he came out of it. And after that, he actually became even more stronger. We see that there are so many devotees getting inspired by him after that stroke. Just by seeing him. You know, we hear from Bhagavad Gita that we are not the body, but Guru Maharaj, we see actually what it means not to be body. And the way he connects with devotees is very personal. And it's not limited to any demographics. Like when he goes to Bengal, he becomes just like Bengali. And all the Bengali devotees know that, right? When he goes to South America, he's just like them. When he goes to South India, he's like them. When he comes to North India, he's like that. When he goes to Europe, he's with them. When he comes to America, he's with all the Americans. And he actually grew up there. So we see that for what he has done all these years, we can clearly see he's not an ordinary person. And we're actually very fortunate to be connected. I remember one time in Mayapur, we were at Gaur Purnima, and we attended few events, and after a few days before we were leaving, we just met him and we asked him, because I saw the pictures after Gaur Purnima, and he was almost everywhere. I asked him, Guru Maharaj, how do you do this? He said, I also don't know how I do it. He's just everywhere. You know, he has got so much energy from morning 3 to 11 in the night. For decades and decades, he used to work hard in Mayapur. Not only in Mayapur, all over the world. So we are very fortunate. But one thing he's asking us, what he's asking us very few things. Just chant your rounds, do your regulative principles, and offer just 4 rounds of Stuti Parikrama for him. He doesn't ask more than that, but he's willing to give us everything. So we should be very thankful to him. I'll conclude here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Big round of applause. So let us see, we have finished, let's see, Atlanta, even though is the host and should be in the end, we have Sweta who wants to speak on behalf of Atlanta Temple, but he's not here, so let's move on. Let's move on. So which other state, let's see. Let's go to Florida. Florida includes Miami, Alachua, every single Florida state. So are you special like California, or you can do one Florida? If there are more than one, 2 of you can come. So who is going to represent Florida? Where is Radhika Raman? Where is he?
Outside.
Okay, Radhika Raman Prabhu will be representing the Florida temple. No, you're representing Florida. He's from Alachua, but he will represent Florida. So let's give Radhika Raman a big round of applause. Please understand, I would love to hear all your stories individually. If time is not the factor, but so we have to respect that. And also, many of you want to go back because of school or whatever. I'm respecting that. That's why we are limiting. But please speak on behalf of the whole Florida congregation.
Namam Vishwadaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Srimati Jayapataka Shami Utanamine Nama Acharya Padaya Nitai Kipa Padaya Gaura Katathamadaya Nagratya Mutari Jai Shilacharya Pad Ki. So our Guru Maharaj is very, very special, and he's like a ocean. And I'm like a sparrow, you cannot, there is no way you can, glorify him. And I remember a nice verse from Chaitanya Bhagavat, Jiber Nistar Lagi Nanda Sutahori, Bhuvane Pokash Koilen Guru Rupa Dhari. This is the verse from Chaitanya Bhagavat. Jiber Nistar Lagi, to the fallen soul, to bring the fallen soul out of Maya. Nistar Lagi Nanda Sutahori, son of Nanda Maharaj, Lord Krishna, he came as a form of a Guru, Guru Rupa Dhari. He just comes, Lord Krishna comes as the son of Nanda Maharaj. Krishna, he comes to deliver the fallen soul. So we are very, very merciful. And I wanted to say something about Guru Tattva, how the importance. And this is from Nishinga Purana. And there's one time, Prahlad Maharaj, he was worshipping Nishinga Shila. And his Guru Narad Muni came. And here's the person said, the gate man said, your Guru is here. And he was thinking, yeah, Gurudev come, that I am doing this worship, so let me finish and tell our Guru Maharaj to be seated nicely with the respect and everything. And after some time, he was so much determination and everything, devotion, he kind of forget or something, whatever. And Narad Muni didn't mind. And he said, okay, my disciple is doing this, let me go and I will see him. He didn't mind. But this side, suddenly he said, how is that? I am the son of, my father was killed, my uncle was killed, and I am worshipping the same person, same Lord. How is that? I should take a revenge. So immediately he said, where is the Lord now? He said, he is in Badrikashram, Naranarayan. So I should go there. So immediately, so he said, okay, get soldiers and everything. So he come, and here Lord, as a form of an old man, and he was doing something and said, yes, can I do something? He said, I'm picking up this log, the wood, for my fire sacrifice. So he said, let me help you. He said, no, you are okay, you are a king and you are a big man. So let me do my service. Today you are doing, tomorrow we will do. So let me do my service. So he said, no, please. So he said, if you are insisting, so at least, take this bundle of log and put on my shoulder. That I'll accept your service. So Prahlad Maharaj said, this is dry wood, and he tried to do, no. He tried with the two hands, no. Then he was trying so hard, and he could not pick up. Then this old man said, with this much strength, you are going to fight with the Lord? So he said, oh my God, this is something. Please immediately follow his speech. Please, show me, tell me, who are you? So immediately he realized that is the Lord. So that was happened because he didn't receive his Guru. Because his Guru was waiting and he was worshipping the Lord. But Guru come first. Guru Rushta hole Krishna Rakhi pare nare, Krishna Rushta hole Guru Rakhi pare. If Krishna get angry, Guru can protect. But if Guru get angry, Krishna cannot protect. This is also from scripture. So this is very, very important. And we have such a nice spiritual master. As I said, we cannot glorify him. He is so much. And I had a fortune to be his personal servant many, many years ago. And I had a lot of pastime. But I don't have much time. Thank you. Jai Srila Acharya ki.
Those who have, let's give Radhika Raman Prabhu a big round of applause. And I suggest those who have pastimes you want to share with other devotees, I think it's time you write a blog. We can start maybe a JPS blog. And if anybody is interested in a JPS blog, let me know. And I'll engage you, and then we will have everybody to go do blogging. If you don't know what blogging means, you can talk to me or anyone who is an IT person. Okay? So who want to volunteer to do a JPS blog with me? There you can see, okay, come see me, send me a personal, you know how to reach me. Moving on to the next part, we have Atlanta Temple. Unfortunately, Shweta has to go to get ready. So he's going to represent the Atlanta Temple devotees. And I'm kindly requesting, please come by and let's keep it short and sweet.
Hare Krishna. Mukhaṁ karoti vācālam pungulam vaite girim jadkipātmam vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam. So, Atlanta is a very beautiful and wonderful place. Because why? Because Guru Maharaj always comes here for Panihari festival. And because of Guru Maharaj, we are always hosting so many devotees in Panihari time. So this place has become a tirtha. This has become a, I think 2 days back, Guru Maharaj spoke in the class that this place came under Gaura Mandala Bhumi. Because of being a new Panihari Dham. So it's a very wonderful place. And we thankful that a lot of devotees are coming here. And hopefully more and more devotees will come over the years. For last 2 years we couldn't host anyone because of the pandemic. But this year we're going to start. Radha Jatra actually just on the day before, when Guru Maharaj came to my office there, and I requested Guru Maharaj, please come for the Panihari. You haven't come for 2 years, so please come this year. He said, I'll try. So hopefully he will come. And we are really, really thankful. And especially all of you seeing a lot of Vaishnavas. We are also getting enthused to serve more and more. And hopefully this Panihari Dham is a special place. From here, we can do a lot of preaching and glories of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu can expand more and more within North America. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
That was a short and beautiful speech. Let's give Shweta Prabhu a big, big round of applause. Now, you know what? Yesterday he did a lot of work. What was that? He was the main priest in the fire yajna. So please give him the biggest round of applause. He's the unsung hero of this temple. Alright, moving on to New Jersey. So we have Gopikant Krishna Prabhu. Are you ready? Let's move on. And if there is another temple that I'm still missing, please come and sit in that chair and tell me which temple you're representing.
Namo Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Jayapataka Swami Namani Namo Jayapataya Nithaya Krupa Pradaya Nisuvitada Dhammadaya. Guru Maharaj's mercy is unlimited. I think I'm connected with Guru Maharaj last 10 years. Initial days we were very few devotees. Whenever Guru Maharaj is coming to Atlanta or in South America, he used to have purposefully a stop in JFK. JFK is just transit. So we all used to go to JFK and take darshan and blessings. Even though he is very weak and sick, he used to make sure that he wanted to give association. All New York devotees, New Jersey devotees, he used to give association. So like that, we used to get small mercy, and slowly the devotee count is increasing, and Guru Maharaj is visiting New Jersey, New York area frequently. And recently, before Atlanta, he visited New Jersey. The temple is completely packed. Guru Maharaj was so happy when he was started New Jersey Yatra, New Jersey place. Very few devotees, but now it is grown up a lot. All because of Guru Maharaj. And Guru Maharaj want to give this mercy through wonderful programs like Bhakti Ruksha and Namahata. So all the disciples took it very seriously, and he is showering the mercy for a whole world, these two programs. So we are humbly seeking more and more mercy to all of us, and we are humbly praying to the Lordships to give more energy to the Guru Maharaj and give more energy to the whole world and bring back them to the Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
We can do a big round of applause. Just a quick reminder, if you came late, you have not offered the petals, rose petals at the feet of Guru Maharaj, you can come there. Prabhu is standing and he'll give you flowers. Let's move on to North Carolina. Divya Nita Leela Devi Dasi. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Jai Guru Maharaj. I just want to be very short because in North Carolina we have very small temple. Our Radha Golokananda is the deity. Only presiding deities is Radha Golokananda and Giriraj. So the temple has been established in 1985 by His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj. He is a residing GBC over there. But we have a very couple of families as his Guru Maharaj's disciples, 4 or 5 families. So Guru Maharaj has visited our temple in around 85, before 90s, really early ages, So after that, all the seniors who are living in our temple knows that yes, Guru Maharaj is visited. And most importantly, that temple is very prominent because it is the temple where His Holiness Bhakticharu Maharaj did all the, Abhay Charan recordings. And so we have a very big community in Guru Maharaj's nephews there. Just few are children and a lot of nephews and cousins and everybody living there. So I ask for all of your blessings that you please sometime visit our temple. After getting inspired by Guru Maharaj's Panihati festival, we also do that Panihati festival in there. And we have we always remember him while we are making the pots and remember the enthusiasm that happens inside this kitchen on Panihati day. I have been served, thankfully, given some service by Bhagwana Mataji here, so I remember when I'm there in the kitchen. So, of course, my association with Guru Maharaj personally has been in Mayapur. Somehow I've been brought up in Mayapur. Some of my very known faces are here. My family is of Mayapur. But then I came here, just want to share a quick realization with Guru Maharaj in Atlanta. Before my marriage, my husband met Guru Maharaj here, telling my name. And Guru Maharaj, at that time he was in the wheelchair. He held the brakes of his wheel and he asked all the questions to my husband, asking, what's your visa status? What is your salary? Where you work? Just like how a father would ask before getting married, get married to daughter. And after marriage, when in Mayapur we got married, after marriage when we went to Guru Maharaj, he asked my husband, who am I to you? So he was like, spiritual master, Shiksha Guru. So, no, I am your spiritual father-in-law. How he is so funny and enthusiastic in his relationships. He makes sure that his relationships with all of us, in spite of having like 50,000 and more, I don't know how many, we all have, just like Srila Prabhupada's connection with us is individuals, similarly Guru Maharaj's relationship with us are also individuals. So I please pray all of you, my God brothers and my entire beautiful God family, to please visit our temple, New Goloka, sometimes. And we can have a big festival in welcoming Guru Maharaj again to New Goloka sometimes. Thank you very much.
Does announce that Kham is here? If anyone needed for donation for Guru Maharaj?
Yeah. So you can give it to Rasa Manjari. Rasa Manjari, hold your hand up. If anybody wants to give donations, you can take an envelope from Mother Rasa Manjari. Okay, Mitravinda Mataji will say a couple words.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, Dandat Pranam. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Gurudev, all glories to all dear devotees. So, we are from Charlotte, and I don't think that Guru Maharaj has visited Charlotte from the time I am in Charlotte, but Guru Maharaj has had so much mercy on Charlotte devotees that even without meeting devotees, so many devotees get inspired. And yesterday, 3 Matajis took initiation from Charlotte. I beg blessings from all of you that we can preach more and more and make big temple in Charlotte and serve Guru Maharaj forever. We have Sham Sudhakar Prabhu, who is also disciple of Guru Maharaj, Lalitangi Mataji, Sevanand Chaitanya Prabhu. So many devotees are there. Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
Let's give the Charlotte devotees a big round of applause. Okay, which other state do we need a representation? Any other state? Do we have what state, Mataji?
Virginia.
Come on. Maryland, same. Virginia is its own state. Let's come here. Yeah, if you are Maryland, we have done with Maryland. Washington DC actually is not part of Maryland, so you can still go. After. Okay. Richmond, what's her name? Shamala Gopika Devi Dasi. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mataji, for giving this opportunity to glorify Guru Maharaj. So I just want to say an acronym of Guru Maharaj's name. So Jai Pataka, we know Guru Maharaj's name. And so I just wrote for J for jubilant. Guru Maharaj is always jubilant in Gauranga's holy name. And A is for affectionate and caring to not only his disciple but to everyone. And Y is for youthful and active in Srila Prabhupada mission. A is for always accessible for anyone who needs your guidance through personally, email, Zoom, JPS devotee care and many more ways. P, you are so pure just by your Lavamatra association, anyone can take up Krishna consciousness easily. A, for alert in not even wasting a moment without preaching wherever and whatever condition you are. T, tolerate all pains to follow and execute the order of your spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. A, you make us amazed by seeing your enthusiasm in serving Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mission even in this health condition. K is for kind-hearted. Because of that, you are traveling all over the world to show your compassion upon all the living entities. And A, ready to accommodate anyone who comes under your shelter, even if they don't have the qualification. So one verse like from Gurudev Kripa Bindiriya, I really love that. Jo kyata vichare, jo kyata vichare kichu nahi pai, tumhara karuna shana. So we don't have any quality, but only Guru Maharaj causeless mercy. We are all here, and we have a very big family of Guru Maharaj. So I am very, very fortunate to have all your association. And from Richmond also, I want to get all your blessings. We don't have temple as of now, but we recently got 20-acre land by Srila Prabhupada disappearance day this year. So we beg all your mercy so that we can be a valuable instrument in Srila Prabhupada mission and Guru Maharaj mission, so we can expand our preaching movement.
Let's give this Mataji, she has a beautiful voice. Let's give her a big round of applause. Navarup Sham Sundar Das Prabhu from representing Maryland, not Baltimore. If you're representing Baltimore, then you cannot speak. You have to speak on Maryland. So come on. You have to represent the state of Maryland.
Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Gurudev, and all glories to all the devotees in the whole world, all Vaishnavas and Radhas and everybody. So I'm living in Maryland for 2 years, so I don't know much about the pastimes, but last year we were like thinking to do Vyas Puja for Guru Maharaj, and then I was thinking maybe only few devotees will be there. Then when the Vyas Puja was arranged, it was like weekdays.
we didn't expect that there would be much devotees. Then we saw there was more than 300 to 400 devotees came there. Even we saw that Guru Maharaj, I said, okay, maybe there are some devotees, but maybe not much Guru Maharaj's disciples. And I found more than 60 Guru Maharaj's disciples came there. Some of them were so for this one. Yeah, and in the temple, Baltimore temple, new temple, one of our god brother, his name is Madhava Prabhu, who got initiation yesterday. He made Tulsi house for Guru Maharaj, and he spent a lot of his time every day. I saw him, he's spending his time for the Tulsi house. And this year, four devotees got initiation from Guru Maharaj from Baltimore, Maryland here. Yes. And all Guru Maharaj's mercy, please pray for us in the Baltimore devotees, for the Baltimore devotees, and all the devotees of Maryland as well. And we invite you to come to visit us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So Guru Maharaj should be here any minute. He's already outside. So, in the interest of giving chance to everybody, those who are representing your state, come here, and I'm going to have you all speak, say 1 or 2 sentences. So all of you line up here for different states, and then we'll read out. And then we'll start Kirtan, so we can be ready for Guru Maharaj. Okay? So Philadelphia, represented by
Dasha Krishna Das.
Okay. Next.
Illinois.
Chicago.
Illinois. Balaram Prasad Das.
Next.
Mr. Vancouver.
Name.
Shimantuddin Das.
Okay. Next. Who else?
North Carolina Shastra.
North Carolina already done. Anybody? Already done. Next. No time for that. So if you are representing a temple, you come here and you all can say some 1 or 2 sentences. So we'll start with Philadelphia.
Hare Krishna. I'm representing all of Pennsylvania. Just a quick, we just all in Pennsylvania believe that sorry, I'm very nervous. Guru Maharaj really inspired all the youth of Pennsylvania to step up and serve Srila Prabhupada. And Pennsylvania humbly requests Srila Guru Maharaj and his servant to come back to Pennsylvania. We miss him. We hosted one of the retreats there before in Gita Nagari, and we're hoping that we can host again. And lastly, I'd like to say that Guru Maharaj remembers every small detail of all of his disciples as well as his godbrother's disciples as well. And that is something that we should all try to do, is be humble and also try to learn as much as we can about our God family, because we are supposed to be there for each other. So Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Mukam Karavadvasalam, Pandamunan Rajayam, Kripa Muhammad Shivram Kilataram, Paramananda Madhavam, Shri Vishnu. It's very short. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd canto, chapter 3, verse number 12, in the verse it says, Kaivalya. Kaivalya means transcendental, and in order to connect to a transcendental who is the Supreme Lord, we need the spiritual master who can connect us to the transcendental. In that way, we need to collect all our God family. We are connecting with Jagadak Maharaj, which is Guru Maharaj, who is transcendental. And how it is transcendental? Just you can see every day when Guru Maharaj comes out, the bumblebees or the bees surround the rose flowers and all the petals. The way it is, all our devotee family is surrounding Guru Maharaj just like a bumblebees. That shows how nectarian his pastimes are, how nectarian he gives us, what that nectar he gives us to connect to Krishna. So he is really transcendental. So we have to be qualified to connect to our Guru Maharaj, especially to be transcendental, so that our consciousness also becomes transcendental. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Let's move to the next. Please take your name, temple, and just
Hare Krishna. This is Shimantuddin Das. I'm from ISKCON Vancouver.
first of all, thank you very much, Mataji, for the opportunity. So, on behalf of ISKCON Vancouver and on behalf of ISKCON Vancouver Temple President, His Grace Monu Prabhu, he actually sent a message to me, like he said that please, tell all the devotees there to pray that, because we are building their, new Gokula Dham, a new temple project. So I would like to humbly request all of you, please, bless and also please keep us in your prayer there so that we can finish the temple project nicely and successfully. And also please, keep your prayer so that the community there, will have, more, kind of spiritual upliftment, and also they have, they can conduct their, kind of devotional service and everything very nicely. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Hari Bol.
Just 1 minute, quick announcement. Guru Maharaj is outside coming very soon. When he comes, those who are here, don't go there. Then we have to keep on telling, don't move. If you want to go there, go right now. But those who are here, you lose your spot if you go off. So we will chant and welcome him. So kindly refrain from making any mess here. We don't want to tell people. So that's why everybody please come closer and try to keep your masks on. So let's finish off with these two Prabhus and then we'll start Kirtan. Who will be the one leading the Kirtan? Raise your hand. Who wants to lead a Kirtan? Okay. Okay, right after that, be ready.
Hare Krishna. I just want to say that Guru Maharaj is the most auspicious of the auspiciousness. Whatever he step, he sit, everything go wonderful. Like he goes to Chennai, big temple. Malaysia, he goes to Malaysia, now big temple. Then I want to request all of everyone to please let Guru Maharaj Lotus feet be placed in your heart, because then your life becomes very auspicious. I want to say something. Then you have to know that Guru Maharaj know everything. In 1986, it's no internet, no Wi-Fi, no nothing. Only have these big black phones. I was in my way to the Himalayas. I stopped in the Delhi temple, a small Delhi temple, and then the devotee came. Are you Ananda Krishna? He said yes. Jayapataka Maharaj in the phone, he's calling you. 1986. And I said, are you what? Yes. Ananda? Yes. Guru Maharaj? Yes. Then I was in Vrindavan, stopping in Delhi temple, just to take darshan. And Guru Maharaj called me in this black phone. How he know I wasn't going to stop there? Yeah, he wanted to come here to the installation of the deities on September 8th. Then I wanted you to know, the Guru Maharaj know what everyone is doing, what you're doing, where are you, all the time. You never feel lonely, you never feel that you are not connected with him, because the connection is with the heart. If you are, follow Guru Maharaj with your heart, he is in your heart connecting. He knows where you are, he knows what you need, but you need to grab his lotus feet and put it in your heart. Guru Maharaj ki Jai!
Hare Krishna, Namo Om Shukraya, Hare Krishna, thanks for giving me a slot to talk. I'm from Texas, I'm only the Guru. So even though there are more qualified people to talk, I was asked to come and speak a few words about Guru Maharaj, especially from his health perspective. So we serve on Guru Maharaj's health forum. So I can tell you one thing for sure. Guru Maharaj is on a transcendental plane. He works on a different realm. As you all know, he was planning to go to Dubai, and we were all he has been sick for the last several months. He's been on antibiotics one after another. And we all were thinking, how is this possible? And then we finally reluctantly said, okay, Guru Maharaj, let's see how it works out in Dubai. So he went to Dubai, further complications. So he said, nobody in our health forum was willing to let Guru Maharaj go. But we all thought about it again. The duty of the disciple is to facilitate the desires of the Guru, however different it may seem from your perspective. And this has been proved over and over again, time and time again. So many crises he has been through. as a physician, one thinks, oh, this is impossible to go through. The odds are terribly against him. But each time he proves us wrong. He is completely on a different plane. He makes it through. And so he came to the USA. He said, okay, let's see how it works out. So we said, let's see how it works out. We will have to, Guru Maharaj is set on going. He's listening to a different platform. He's listening to Guru and Krishna. And so we couldn't say anything but to let him go. Then we tried to risk, decreasing the risk of him getting over here. And then, of course, I saw him yesterday. Look at him, all of you saw him. So I told Guru Maharaj, you continue to baffle us. Look at you. We didn't think you were going to make it out here. And now you're looking as fit as a fiddle, apparently. Okay. So then Guru Maharaj, in his characteristic way, said, Dora. So just wanted to recount that pastime. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Let's give Prabhu a round of applause. But at this point, the Pujari is doing a silent arati. So please try to refrain from blocking this area. Guru Maharaj will come. The last one will be from Shamalata Mataji. She is representing New Talavan. Let's give her a big round of applause. After that, Muktida will be leading the Muktida Mataji will lead the Arati, the Kirtan to welcome Guru Maharaj. Okay?
Jai Hare Krishna, glories to Guru Maharaj. My name is Shamalota Devidasi. I am originally from Ecuador, South America, but I have been living in the far of New Talavan in Mississippi for the last 28 years. Guru Maharaj was the GDC for the New Orleans Temple and the far community of New Talavan for many, many years. But now he comes whenever he is able to do it. And I just wanted to say that on behalf of all the devotees of the two temples, the two states, Mississippi and Louisiana, we have a living treasure with us. Guru Maharaj has been an inspiration for generations in Talavan, where many children have grew up, now are adults, they have their own children. And it's a new generation of devotees that still love and worship Guru Maharaj because he has given his soul and his heart for the benefit of all of us. Guru Maharaj was in the Mardi Gras for many, many years, and he was giving the mercy to so many people in the city of New Orleans. And for him, it's a solace to spend time in the farm because it's so peaceful, and he loved us so much and we love him back. Thank you very much. Haribol.
Let's give all the devotees, including Shamalata Mataji, a big shout out. I'm going to say Gauranga, and what will you say? Gauranga. I can sound louder than you. Gauranga. Okay, a little louder than that. Gauranga. Now just the Matajis. Gauranga. Okay, competition. The Pitajis. Gauranga! Okay, now let's give the Muktida Mataji a round of applause. She's going to lead the Kirtan while we'll try to wait for Guru Maharaj to come. Let's give, where is Vasudev and his wife? Those two. Can you please come here? Please, Mataji, come here. Vasudev Prabhu, where are you? Vasudev Prabhu and Navadip Mataji. She is cooked this cake, what you see we are presenting to Guru Maharaj. In less than 8 hours they have made a beautiful cake. So let's give them a blessing. Haribol, big Haribol. Okay, take it away Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Aloha.
Gauranga.
Mahalo.
Gauranga. Why you say aloha?
I'm from Hawaii.
You're not from Hawaii. You're from Bengal. el que tiene complejo de Hawái ahorita.
Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, and our Srila Guru Maharaj is only Jayapataka Swami to bless him. He does a lot of service for Guru Maharaj. He is an unsung hero, so let's give him another blessing for a safe surgery. Thank you. Guru Maharaj will be here in 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. And I request everybody to, if you want to stand up and start doing loud kirtan. So he likes loud kirtan. Go ahead.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Can everybody please be seated? Everybody please be seated. Please give way for Guru Maharaj to come.
No importa ahorita, pero no sé si me da risa el que se fue. Te paraste y te perdiste la silla y tu mamá.
Guru Maharaj is coming.
Mira, tú tienes que coger una silla para tu abuela, porque esa silla me la trajo Rosa Mangiari y para mí tu abuela se sentó. Pero ella se siente culpable y quiere que le traigas una silla.
If you want a picture, we go there. Can you get everybody? And then later on, if you want give a donation, Janaki Ram will give you a copy of the picture. You can give the donation to me or Maha. You can put it in Guru Maharaj's name. Okay?
The other thing is that don't throw these firecrackers on him. Just keep it. And then when Guru Maharaj leaves, you can offer it here. So you don't want him to. Or if you wanted to offer it to the pictures, not on him.
Yeah, not on it. Okay, so we're gonna do a soft kirtan now, and while Guru Maharaj comes, should they stand up and do the puja, right? They can sit and do the puja.
Everyone should be seated wherever they are.
And we will be singing Guru Puja. Everybody seated. Yeah. And everybody be seated, and then we'll take Guru Maharaj here to cut the cake. Where do you want to cut the cake? The cake will be brought here, so you need to leave room here. When the cake comes right in front of Guru Maharaj, you all need to be ready. The cake is right here, but we'll bring it here.
Sorry, Mataji, can I just pass it?
Okay, the cake.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
So you're the right person?
Hare Krishna. So first of all, let's give a big round of applause for our Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Yataka Maharaj, for coming and blessing us. I want to personally thank Mother Mary and Mark. Sit down, please. Mother Mary. Everybody please be seated. Mother Mary is the sister of our Guru Maharaj and Mark is our husband. So let's give her
I cannot move. I have to make a
Mary and give her an welcome. Guru Maharaj, I want to thank all the devotees. Sit down. I want to thank all the devotees for coming here in front, to be taking the time always from your work to be with our Guru Maharaj. So let's also thank all of you from every location in the US to come and take part in this beautiful ceremony today to honor our Guru Maharaj's visit. And also today is this month is the birth month of our Guru Maharaj. So let's give Guru Maharaj
Hari, 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 Hari.
Oh, I just heard. Let's give a very big Haribol to Mark, who's born on the same day as our Guru Maharaj. They both have driven from Alabama because of your license plate. I figured that out. And they are here to spend some time. And Mother Mary also visited Mayapur and spent some time in Chennai. And she's very, very attached to our dear brother who's, helping all of us as our Guru Maharaj to go back to Godhead. So thank you so much, Mother Mary and Mark, for coming here. Let me just give quickly our program. This program today, we'll try to make it short and sweet. We are going to have a Guru Puja which we offer to our Guru. And now that everybody is here in North America from all over the country, we'll have a short Guru Puja where we offer a lamp and some incense, and this is a tradition that we give to glorify our Guru, spiritual master. That will they'll sing a special song in honor of the Guru, and everybody will sing. Please don't stand up, everybody be seated. And then after that, Guru Maharaj, we have a beautiful cake. Can somebody show the cake to him? It is a huge, he saw. This cake was made by Vasudev and his wife. Haribo! Mother Navadvip made this cake. It's a beautiful cake to offer to a Guru Maharaj. They made it within 8 hours. We do have a special cake, diabetic cake for you. That will be given by Kala Suddha. And this is not diabetic. But Guru Maharaj will bless it, so you all can have the Mahaprasadam. Right after that, we are going outside. Guru Maharaj will be there near the tree. Our resident photographer, Janaki Ram Prabhu, will take a group picture of everybody. So try to be around the tree, like we are in New Paniyati. In New Paniyati, everything is done under the tree. So like that, Guru Maharaj is blessing New Paniyati and the devotees, everybody. So we'll take a group picture. Then Guru Maharaj will go and have his lunch. And please somebody volunteer and give a nice cake to take for Mother Mary, and also 2 plates of prasadam. Please have it packed and ready, because we don't want to send you hungry. Okay? So we want you to eat. So I'll let Guru Maharaj, you want to say anything?
That's fine.
Mom, take the cake on my behalf.
Jai Guru Maharaj. So we'll start the program. Mahavara, okay to start? Maha, okay to start? So Guru Maharaj, we are going to sing a Samsara Dawa for you. So everybody please sing sweetly. Stand and don't stand up. And then when it's time to go, we'll go outside. Thank you everybody. Hare Krishna.
Hey, give me.
Haribol, Haribol. Okay. So now, before we do the arati, we will do the Pushpanjali to our Guru Maharaj. So when I say Esha Pushpanjali, after chanting the Guru Maharaj Pranam mantra, then you, in the mind, offer your flowers to Guru Maharaj, but you don't put the flowers on Guru Maharaj, you can put it in the picture.
Okay, lay there.
So you can repeat after me. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Jayapataka Swami Iti Namine Namo Acharya Padaya Nitai Kripa Pradayine Gaura Katha Damodaya Nagar Grama Darine Esha Pushpanjali You can put on the picture there, but not on Guru Maharaj. Or you can do it in the mind house.
Keep it with you.
Or just keep it with you. Or you can do later on.
You throw in Guru Maharaj.
Keep it with you.
Don't throw on Guru Maharaj, please. Hope you can start that. Sangsarada Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Mahaprabhu Kirtananita Gita Bhadita Marjam Manasara Sena Mahaprabhu Kirtananita Gita Bhadita Marjam Manasara Sena Manta Kampa Sukaranga Bhaja Bande Guru Shri Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yuktasya Bhakta Shanirundatopi Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Chaturvidhashi Bhagavat Prasado Sadhana Siddham Hari Bhakta Sangam Chaturvidhashi Bhagavat Prasado Sadhana Siddham Hari Bhakta Sangam Bhajata Sadaiva Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bhavayara Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupa Namna
Okay, now because of the time constraints, we'll move on to the next part of the program. I want this section to stand up and we are moving the cake here. So can you kindly... No, they want to, everybody, Vasudev sir, he wants everybody to see the cake. So let's just move the table. Guru Maharaj wants to say a couple words.
Okay, make space here. Stand up.
Mark, can you give the garland to everybody, please. Hold on. Everybody sit down. Prabhu, you have to sit down. Please, everybody sit down. Sit down. Okay, Guru Maharaj is going to cut the cake. Let's give a Haribol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Do you want to say a word or two, or we are done? We'll go for the pictures. Okay, so everybody, please wait till Guru Maharaj wants to say a word. Everybody sit down, please.
No se oye. Speaker.
That time, we offered him many garlands, and he said that the Guru is offered respect like God.
That time we offered many garlands. A guru is offered respect like God.
But if the Guru thinks he is God, he's not G-O-D, he's B-O-G.
But if the Guru thinks he is G-O-D, he is D-O-G.
Prabhupada said that. He repeated Prabhupada's word.
Being a humble representative of the Pacific succession, I'd like to thank all the devotees who have put together this cake.
So being a humble representative of the disciplic succession, I'd like to thank all the devotees who have put together this cake.
And of course, I won't be here on the 9th of April, but I understand that you want to celebrate in advance while I'm here.
And I won't be here on the 9th of April, but I understand that you want to celebrate while I'm here. In advance while I'm here.
So, but you'll have to take the cake and eat it.
You have to take the cake and eat it.
It won't last until 9.
It won't last. The cake won't last. The 9th.
As an austerity, please take the cake today.
So, do the austerity by taking the cake today.
Haribo, this cake, Guru Maharaj, is not a real, it's the cake is made with rasmalai. Rasmalai cake, and Navadvip Mataji and Vasudev, they are standing, they are the ones who baked this within less than 8 hours. They wanted to make this for your pleasure, and we are so grateful that you are accepting this offering, and we are very, very thankful. So they require a lot of mercy. I also want to thank just a few thank you. Guru Maharaj, this feast was sponsored by Sarvajaya Prabhu, and the entire cooking was led by Lakshman Ram Prabhu and a bunch of devotees. And also the decorations was done by Rasa Manjari and a bunch of Matajis. So let's give them a big round of applause. And also I want to thank Govardhan Leela Mataji for actually overseeing and helping us to even celebrate this festival in a short notice. This was not planned, it was only a last 12-hour planning. So thank you everybody for coming up front and participating in this. Guru Maharaj, the last thing is we want a picture, so everybody please quietly go outside and assemble, and Guru Maharaj will be right under the tree there and we'll take a group picture.
Let's thank our master of ceremony, Mahaguna.
Thank you all. Let's quietly, please use the outside door. Guru Maharaj will come from here. Others go from that side, outside or other doors, not near the temple door.
Okay. Enough. Whoa. Sorry, Gurudev. Why are you taking it out? We don't want to cut Gurudev. You want to cut Gurudev? We should not cut the name. Picture is going on our side. Photo session. একটা প্লেট দাও মাতাজি আমরা বলে দিলাম যে আমরা ট্রেন নিয়ে আসো। হ্যাঁ নিয়ে আসো, ট্রেন নিয়ে আসো। ট্রেন নিয়ে আয় বলা। देखिए कैसे किस पे दे उधर ले जाना।
This is all Jai Pataka Swami Guru Maharaj disciple, God brother, God sister. It's a group picture.
Sit down, everyone. Sit down. Sit down. Don't move. Panoramic. The last picture. Sit down. Don't move. Don't move.
This is Sarva Shakti. All the strength.
You'll get this picture. Don't worry. It will be posted. Mataji, sit down or move out. Sit down. Sit down. She's small baby. Can you leave outside, please? Sit down, Prabhu. Sit down. Don't move. Last picture.
Mataji, keep silent. That's why. Or even if you don't have it, you can keep her in front of you. Please keep her.
Go inside. Go, please. Huh? Okay, now camera go.
Okay, done.
Go. No. Hold on.
I did it. Ow.
Hare वंश परिवार श्री अभय चरण ऑर्डर
Hare
Mataji, you are from? New York City. Haribo, all the way from New York City. Anyone else?
We are from California, San Jose.
California, from Santa Fe, all the way. Yes, Prabhu. All the way from Mumbai, India. Mumbai. Anyone else? Huh? Minnesota. All the way from Minnesota. Wonderful. Haribo. Hare Krishna. You are from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Okay, we have all the North America. Huh? Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Haribo. Yes, Prabhuji.
Evansville, Indiana.
Where?
Evansville, Indiana.
Indiana. Indiana? Indiana. All the way from Indiana. Haribo. Anyone else here for the first time coming? Haribo. Yes. Minneapolis. All the way from Minneapolis. Haribo. It's very nice to see a lot of wonderful devotees. We had, for the last few days, we've been having so many nice programs and wonderful classes. And a lot of devotees came from all over North America, South America, also from India. So, His Holiness Jayapataka Sai Maharaj, one of our ISKCON governing body commission, and also ISKCON Guru, and the GBC of ISKCON. He was ready to give class, but daytime he had his celebration, so he's a little tired, but he might come, but it will not be this time. Maybe around 7 o'clock, just like usually he comes. So we're trying best to bring him, but it depends on his health. Sometimes he's tired. So generally, Prabhupada has introduced this Sunday feast for the people who are actually in the cities. Generally they're all, every whole week they're very busy. They cannot come to the temple every day. Just like the temple devotees, they have the opportunity to come to morning programs every day, come from Mangalarati from 4:30, and etc., etc. So they, 24 hours they're serving here. But generally people who are householders, they stay in the home, they have a lot of commitment, family duties, there are so many other duties. So they cannot come. So Prabhupada has introduced this Sunday love feast so that everyone can get together and we can hear about Krishna. Just like in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is saying that Tushyanti cha ramanti cha. Tushyanti cha ramanti cha means that a devotee, when the devotees they get together, they hear about Krishna. And simply by hearing about Krishna, they regain so much joy, they get so much happiness by talking about Krishna. Generally in the mundane topics, there is slight happiness, there is not much happiness. And it's also temporary. But when you glorify the Supreme Lord or His pure devotee, you get so much happiness from those words. Or when you glorify the Lord or glorify His pure devotee. So I will speak for a few minutes because the Sunday feast, suppose we have a Sunday sponsor. I don't know if there's anyone who has sponsored Sunday feast, you are here for today. I know there's a 2 sponsors for Sunday feast. But if you are not here, then on behalf of the family, somebody else is going to do the mini arati. And so the class is going to go on for some time. And after that class, we'll have mini arati. And after the mini arati, we'll have Mahaprasad for everyone. And if Guru Maharaj comes in between, we'll have a little Harikatha from him. We'll get a chance to hear from him. Others will just continue the Prasadam Seva. And then at 7 again, they'll open the temple back and we'll have another Arati and Kirtan. Jamuna tira vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jai Baladeva Jai Subhadra Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jai Baladeva Jai Subhadra. So you can repeat after me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Narayanam Namastritvam Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Sarasatim Vyasam Tatho Jayamudhiraye Nashta Prayashta Bhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Uttama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naistukim. So then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he has come to teach us how to become humble. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had many devotees, many followers. But the main teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to teach people how to chant Hare Krishna and how to achieve love of God. So generally, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he was having his pastimes in Navadvip, when he was there, he was performing Gaura Narayana Leela. That means, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he's in Mayapur or Navadvip Dham, you understand Navadvip Dham, there are many new people. Navadvip Dham is a place, it's an island which consists of 9 islands and they have different names. So within the 9 islands there is Mayapur Dham. And within Mayapur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared there 500 years ago. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was having his pastimes, so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to take out Sankirtan every day and he used to introduce this Sankirtan movement with all his followers. He would go out every day and do Sankirtan. And sometimes we see that Mahaprabhu, he would face sometime, there were people who were against of him. And we see that in the case of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also it happened when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was preaching in Navadvip. There was coming from a very well-to-do family. He was coming from a Brahmin family, but he was a smart worshipper. He did not like the worship of Lord Krishna. He didn't like it. So he was going around that this Nimai, he's introducing this Sankirtan, Harinam Sankirtan, but actually this process of Sankirtan is not correct. The process that we are showing to the people, that is the real process. And that is called Smarta worship, means worship of Kali. So this person, he was trying his best to stop Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu never stopped his duty to preach Sankirtan movement. He even encouraged Jagai and Madhai that if you see the devotees of Lord Chaitanya, you should harass them. Don't let them chant Hare Krishna, especially in congregational. He tried his best. So when he failed, then he introduced Jagai and Madhai. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Nityananda and Haridas Thakur, he told Nityananda Haridas Thakur that Prati ghare ghare giya karoi bhikka bolo Krishna bhajo Krishna karo Krishna shikha. What did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instruct Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur? Now that you go every door to door and beg them, and if it's needed, you fall at their feet and make them chant Hare Krishna. So you can see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, how much feeling, how much mercy he had for the fallen living entities like us. That he's encouraging Chaitanya and Haridas, Nityananda and Haridas Thakur, that you go door to door and preach and give them this message of Krishna. And what was the message? Now, Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna. Bolo means chant Hare Krishna. And Bhajo, also bhajan means you do bhajana. Bolo Krishna, Bhajo Krishna, Karo Krishna Shikha. The teachings of, and follow the teachings of Krishna. And the teachings are there in the Bhagavad Gita. So this was introduced by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So when Haridas Thakur and Nityananda Prabhu, they were going in Navadvip and preaching, so many, they were delivering so many souls, so many fallen souls. Incredible. They were giving love of God into everyone, without any discrimination, whether they were qualified or unqualified. But he introduced this chanting of the Hare Krishna, Nityananda Haridas Thakur. They went every door to door, and they were falling at the feet. And this is literally Nityananda Prabhu would fall at the feet of the people to make them chant Hare Krishna. This was Nityananda Prabhu's mission. When Nityananda Prabhu started this Sankirtan movement by the order of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Gautama he has almost established over 500 Namhata Sanghas. 500. And then and it was expanded more and more. So as they were preaching in Navadvip, so this Haridas Thakur and Nityananda Prabhu, they met this Jagai and Madhai. They met the Jagai and Madhai. And Jagai and Madhai, they were coming from a Brahmin family, but they were deviated. They got deviated totally because of bad association. Generally, Rupa Goswami says in the nectar of devotion that we should associate only with the people who are Krishna conscious. We should not associate with worldly minded people, materialistic people, because it will pollute our mind. So that's what Rupa Goswami says, we should only associate with devotees if we want to become a devotee. So this Jagai and Madhai, due to their bad association, they fell from their exalted position and they started doing all kinds of crime. They were committing so much sin. So when Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur, they would preach. So one day, some devotee approached Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur that why don't you go and deliver this Jagai and Madhai. They are coming from a very good, nice family, but due to bad situation, they have become demoniac. They are committing all kinds of sinful activities. So why don't you show them some mercy? So Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur, they tried to approach, but when Haridas Thakur and Nityananda Prabhu went, by seeing their behavior, by seeing their future, Haridas Thakur didn't want to go nearby. He ran away. So then Nityananda Prabhu told Haridas Thakur, why did you run away? Why left me alone? Mahaprabhu said you should come along with me to preach. But then Haridas Thakur said, no, I am not going to these people. They are very dangerous. So then Nityananda Haridas Thakur, they came and reported to whom? To Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Especially Haridas Thakur came and gave a little complaint about Nityananda Prabhu, that this Nitai, he's like a real madman. He doesn't care who to preach, who not to preach. So Nityananda Prabhu was hearing this complaint, he was there, so he was smiling. So then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, this is the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu. So he does not see who is competent, who is incompetent. He gives love of Krishna to anyone, even at the cost of his very life. So by the order of Chaitanya, so they went back again to meet this Jagai and Madhai. But again, they were failed to preach to them. They came back again to Mahaprabhu. And Mahaprabhu, when he heard the report that they were failed, then Mahaprabhu immediately, he said, I am going to get all devotees together, call and send a notice to everyone that everyone should get together and we're going to have three party of Harinam Sankirtan party. So one party was led by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one party was led by Nityananda Prabhu, and another party was led by Haridas Thakur. In this way, it was three groups of Kirtan groups. They started doing Sankirtan because Mahaprabhu decided to deliver these two souls, Jagai and Madhai. So as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, they were doing Sankirtan in Navadvip town. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed through this street where Jagai Madhai was living, but Jagai Madhai did not attack Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went with the party ahead. Then Nityananda Prabhu's party came. And as Nityananda Prabhu's party came, the Jagai and Madhai, they met. Nityananda Prabhu met the Jagai and Madhai. And when you heard these people are chanting Hare Krishna, they got really mad. And at that time they were drunk. They were drinking wine. So Nityananda Prabhu went with a folded hand to Jagai and Madhai. Said, stop your sinful activities. Go, please chant Hare Krishna. But Jagai and Madhai, they didn't want to hear these names of Krishna. They were terrified to hear the chanting, the holy name of Krishna. They didn't like it. They didn't like it. So immediately, Jagai, he was a little bit, they were very much drunk. So they could not understand who was Nityananda Prabhu. So Nityananda kept on asking them to chant Hare Krishna, falling at their feet. He was begging them, but they didn't like it. But other devotees told Nityananda, let us go away from here. But Nityananda kept on trying. So then one of his brother, Madhai or Jagai, one of the brother took the clay pot, which they drank wine from it. They took the clay pot, the broken clay pot, and hit Nityananda on the forehead. And there was a bleeding on Nityananda Prabhu. When there was a bleeding on Nityananda Prabhu, but Nityananda Prabhu still, he did not go away from there. He still said, okay, you have hit me, you have beat me, it's fine, but please chant Hare Krishna. This was his mood. So how much, you can see how much merciful. This is Lord himself. Who is Nityananda Prabhu? Who is Lord Balaram? He is Lord Balaram himself. He could easily destroy the Jagai and Madhai, easily. But he wanted to teach us, he wanted to teach the devotees that if you want to preach Krishna consciousness, then you have to take the difficulties that come while preaching. We saw that in the case of Lord Jesus. When Lord Jesus came into this world, he was preaching in the Western countries. His own people crucified him. But what did he say? He did not gone against him. He didn't talk anything against them. He said, oh God, please forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. So Nityananda Prabhu, he was also in the same mood. He wanted to forgive them. He took the hit on the head, he was bleeding. But one of the devotees from the Nityananda's group, he went and immediately he reported Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Immediately he went and reported Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that Nitai is hit. Nitai is bleeding. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could not tolerate the bleeding of a sannyasi. He could not tolerate. He couldn't tolerate. What happened? When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard that Nityananda Prabhu has been hit and he's been bleeding, Chaitanya immediately ran. He left his group. With couple he ran and he came into the scene. And he saw the blood of Nityananda Prabhu. Immediately his eyes became like a molten red. His eyes became red. He was ferocious. He couldn't see the blood on Nityananda. He told him immediately, Jagai Mother, that you too was rascal, you didn't feel shy to hit such a nice sannyasi. How rascal you are. So, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the blood, so he couldn't tolerate immediately. He wanted to punish these two miscreants, Jagai and Madhai, and he called for Sudarshan Chakra. Even though he promised that in the form of Chaitanya and Nityananda, he will not hold any weapons. But by seeing the activities of the humanity, sometimes God goes beyond his words. So immediately Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he called for Sudarshan. And when the Sudarshan was coming, very blazing Sudarshan Chakra was coming, immediately when Jagai Mother saw this, they became very fearful. They were trembling. They were shivering. And when they saw Sudarshan trying to kill them, immediately they fell at the feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Immediately they fell at the feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Not, they fell satsanga, they made a full dandavat to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you can go on falling at my feet, but I am not going to forgive you because you have offended my devotee, my best devotee Nityananda Prabhu. I am not going to forgive you. If only Nityananda Prabhu forgive you, then only I will forgive you. So Nityananda Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not forgive them. So then they both brothers, they went to Nityananda Prabhu's feet. Then only Nityananda Prabhu said, what Nityananda Prabhu said, no, that whatever pious activities I have accumulated, all these years, I give you all these pious activities and I take all your sins. And Nityananda Prabhu embraced them. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave them the blessings. Okay, I'll forgive you now. So, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Jagai and Madhai that I will forgive you, but there is a condition. Mahaprabhu gave love of Godhead free to everyone, but he also made a little condition. So on the case of Jagai and Madhai, he also made a condition. What was the condition? Now, I'll give you love of Godhead, I'll give you Krishna Prema, but after getting Krishna Prema, after getting Diksha by Harinam Mahamantra, you should not go back to your sinful activities. Go on committing sin again. If you can promise that, then I'll give you love of Krishna, love of God. So they promised, and because they saw the Sudarshan Chakra and all this, they were afraid. They didn't want to commit anymore. They were actually crying. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu forgave them. And immediately Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced two brothers, Jagai and Madhai, and he took all the sin of Jagai and Madhai into his body. And even though Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was golden, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came in the form of Srimati Radharani, golden, molten gold form. But that gold form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became black. Why it became black? Because these Jagai and Madhai, they had so much sin they have committed throughout their life that after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu initiated them into chanting Hare Krishna, he took all the sins and his body became black. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told them that you build two ghat. If you go to Mayapur, you will see there is a Madhai Ghat and Jagai Ghat. And he told them that your service today onwards, that whoever comes to bathe in Ganga, you should wash their feet. Don't discriminate. Who is qualified, who is a Brahmana, who is a Vaishya Sudra, no. Anyone who comes to take bath in Ganga, just wash their feet. That's your service. And they did that service throughout their life. Anyone who came to bathe in Ganga, they would wash their feet. So this was their service. So, you can see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, how merciful, how Nityananda was so merciful to all the fallen souls of this Kali Yuga. That's why one of the devotees, Jagadananda Pandit, one of the devotees Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's saying that Chaitanya Chande Daya Karaha Vichar, Vichar Korile Pabe Chitta Chamatkar. Chaitanya Chandre Daya Karaha Vichar. If you are really intelligent, then you should examine the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And if you really examine Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, you will feel great happiness. How much merciful they are. You will get great happiness. That's why Jagannath Pandit said, Chaitanya Chandre Daya Karaha Vichar, Vichar Koile Pave Chitta Chamatkar. Chitta means heart. You will get so much happiness within your heart. And what did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said? That sadhu sange harinam ei matra chai, sansar jinite ar kono bostu nai. That within the association, we should associate with sadhus, sansar jinite ar kono bostu nai. Sadhu sange harinam. That within association of the sadhu, there is harinam. You should chant Hare Krishna. And there is nothing else to achieve in this material world. Everything is temporary in this material world. Everything. Our so-called education, our so-called beautiful body, so-called wealth, so-called knowledge, whatever we have, even if you get it from the demigod, it's still they are temporary. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna said that whatever benediction you get from the demigods, the devotees of demigods, after their death, those benedictions, they go back to the demigod that they gave them. They don't go with you when you die. But this Krishna consciousness, it is a very unique process. It will go with you at the time of death. That's why Krishna says that in the Bhagavad Gita, that Shalpamapasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Trayato mahato. Simply by a little bit of practice of devotional service in this life, you can be saved from great dangers. And what is the biggest danger? The biggest danger is birth, death, old age and disease. This is the biggest danger. There is no cure for this. No scientist has cure for this. Birth, death, old age and disease. No scientist has cure for this. We have to get old. We have to die. So Prabhupada is saying that don't make too much endeavor. Don't make too much hard work to get material facilities. Because we know this is temporary. We know this body is temporary. Our so-called relationship within this world is all temporary. So whatever a devotee, an experienced devotee who is an advanced devotee, he only accepts from this material world whatever is necessary to maintain the body and the soul. He does not accept more than that. He is not interested in sense gratification. There was a devotee, very great devotee in the Srimad Bhagavatam, you will find Ambarish Maharaj. Ambarish Maharaj was the emperor of the world. He was the emperor of the world. He had all the facilities to enjoy. So one day, when he was praying to Krishna in the morning, so Lord Indra appeared. Lord Indra appeared and he requested Ambarish Maharaj to accept some benediction because I have appeared, so you should get some benediction from me. But Ambarish Maharaj replied, no, I don't want anything. I don't want anything from the demigods. I simply want to serve Krishna. This is my mode, this is my mission. I don't want nothing. Even the devotees in the Srimad Bhagavatam, there are more prayers are there that Sasti Salakka Saruppa Samippa Katamapti Diyamanam Nagrinanti Binamat Sivanam Jana. Without the devotional service, devotees even not looking for liberation. They are not even looking for liberation. Mukti Kitatanjali Sevate Yasma. Mukti, the so-called liberation, is standing at the doorstep of a pure devotee. With a folded hand, how can I serve you? They are not looking for mukti. All the karmis, most of the karmis, they are interested in what? Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. They are interested in dharma, artha, kama, moksha. But the devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they are only interested in pancham purushartha, which is Krishna prema, love of God. Love of God is not easily achieved by the materialists, but it is easily achieved by the devotees through the process of the chanting of the holy name. And that's what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed us. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave us that. When he was visiting in South India, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, throughout when he was traveling, he was just preaching to Krishna conscious to everyone. And then when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was traveling to South India, he came back to Gauradesha. He was actually in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He left Navadvip after took sannyas. In Katua he took sannyas. Then from Katua, after some time, he was preaching around those areas. And then he went to Jagannath Puri. In Jagannath Puri, he stayed for 18 years. He spent almost 18 years there in Jagannath Puri, in Gambhira. There is a place, if you still go in Jagannath Puri, you will see that place still there, where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spent almost 18 years. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in Jagannath Puri, he was preaching in Jagannath Puri because in Jagannath Puri those days, the Brahmanas, they took over. They thought only Brahmanas can chant the Vedic mantras. No one else has the right to chant Hare Krishna Vedic mantras. That was the system in Jagannath Puri in those days. So they were hating all the other Varna people, especially from Sudra and Vaishyas. They were hating them. Brahmanas were neglecting them. But due to the heavy preaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that was counteracted. That was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, no, anyone who is qualified to take chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, they should be given. And anyone who has Brahmanical qualities, may not be born in Brahmin family, but they can become Brahmana. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did that. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu should. And then we see Prabhupada. He also did the same thing. When Prabhupada went to India with Western disciples, to India, there were so many people who were criticizing Prabhupada that how you can make American or European into a Brahmana. Even his own god brothers were criticizing Prabhupada. But Prabhupada did not say no. So-called birth rights of becoming Brahmana is not correct. Shastra denies that. Anyone who is qualified to serve Krishna and they have Brahminical qualities, they can become a Brahmana. Neither Vaishnavas are beyond Brahmana. So these type of things are good. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cut it out all those things. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave freely to everyone love of Krishna. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was preaching, he was saying everyone. What did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu say? Na Prabhu kahe kahilam ei mahamantra iha japo kiya koroinik bandha iha hoite sarva siddhi hoibe tomar sarvakhon bolo iha vidhi nahi ar. He did not give so many instructions, so many vidhis. He did not put too many rules. What did Mahaprabhu say? Na Prabhu kahe. Who is this Prabhu? Na Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhu kahe kahilam ei mahamantra. Mahaprabhu said, I am ordering to chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Prabhu kahe kahilam ei mahamantra iha japa kiya karoi nirbandha. You should chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra strictly. Follow strictly and chant Hare Krishna and take it to your life with full faith. Prabhu kahe kahilam ei mahamantra iha japa kiya karoi nirbandha iha hoite sarva siddhi. By chanting this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, you can achieve all the siddhis. What is the siddhi that devotees are looking for? They are not looking for bhakti mukti. What they are looking for? Krishna prema. Bhakti mukti siddhi kami sakali asanta Krishna bhakta niskam atayeva santa. Bhakti mukti siddhi kami. All those who are looking for bhakti, mukti, siddhis, they are all asanta asma. They are not satisfied within. If you have so many material desires, you are not satisfied within, because material desires are burning in the heart of a living entity just like a forest fire. Just like a forest fire. They are never ending. But a Krishna conscious devotee, what Krishna says in the Gita, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma Nasauchati Nakhangsati Sama Sarveshu Bhuteshu Madbhakti Labhati Param. Madbhakti Labhati Param. Such a person can achieve pure devotion to Krishna. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma. He is satisfied, he has no more hankering, no more lamentation. His only hankering is to how to love Krishna. And his lamentation, what is the devotee's lamentation? The devotee's lamentation that when Krishna is disappeared from their life, that is their lamentation. They are not lamenting for any material things. If something is lost materially, fine. Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami, they lost. When they joined Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, they gave up everything. They had big position in the material world. Somebody was Prime Minister, somebody was a Finance Minister, but they gave up everything. For whose sake? For Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's sake. So, that's why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that those who are especially born in India, those who have taken birth in the India, they have the fortune to serve Krishna. They have great fortune to serve Krishna. They know Krishna from their birth. They go to so many holy places with their parents. They have so many chances to serve Krishna, so many ways to know Krishna. So that's why Mahaprabhu said that those who are born in the Bharata, land of Bharata, is a holy land. So they are very fortunate. Why Mahaprabhu said they are fortunate? Because they have a chance to serve Krishna in every way. So, but Mahaprabhu said that first of all, if you are born in the Bharata land, then one should make our life success first, and then make others' life success. And that is the greatest gift that India can give to others. India has nothing to offer to others, but the culture of India, the science of Krishna consciousness, those things are not available in the other countries. Nowadays, by the mercy of Prabhupada, is available, but in those days it was not available. So Mahaprabhu, he said that we should make our life success and make others' life success. Daily, in India we see that people think that doing paropukar means to make some charity, give some food, or make a hospitals, or do something charitable, some good activities. But actually paropukar means to give Krishna consciousness to others. So Mahaprabhu wanted that we should combine preach Krishna consciousness and cooperate each other, and Krishna consciousness, then it will expand. And then there will be only peace and prosperity. There will be only happiness. You will be happy within this world, and when you leave this body, you will be happy in Paraloka, in Brahma, in Paraloka means in Goloka Vrindavan, in the spiritual world. So this is devotee life. But in Karmi life, there is temporary happiness only. Everything you see is all temporary. It's all temporary, because devotees have the knowledge how Krishna is describing everything is temporary in the material world. So anyone who is sufficiently blessed with good intelligence should try to take this Krishna conscious movement seriously and preach this movement. You make your life success and make others' life success. And that should be the goal of your life. So this Krishna consciousness is a very unique gift to the human society by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada took all the risks in his life. At the age of 70, he came to this world and he gave Krishna consciousness to everyone, to most fallen. And now you can see by the blessings of Srila Prabhupada, so many things, so many devotees have been made throughout the world. So many temples, so many beautiful preaching. So we should take Krishna consciousness seriously and try to expand this Krishna consciousness as much as you can. Speak about Krishna to others. We need to propagate. And that was one of the instructions that Prabhupada gave to Jayapataka Maharaj. That Jayapataka Maharaj, I want you to propagate. I want you to propagate as much as you can this chanting of the holy name. And now you can see that he has done that in West Bengal. He went to all the villages in the most remote area. I went so many times, I saw. He went to some remote villages where I wouldn't feel like going there. No, even our Indian people not go there. But he went. Because why? Because he's feeling for the people, that let them get a chance of becoming Krishna conscious. So devotees are not miser. They are very broad-hearted. We should not keep Krishna conscious to ourselves. We should give it to others. We should share. This is the biggest sharing. Generally in the English world, there is a saying, loving and sharing. So this is a good, very nice two words, loving and sharing. And these two words can very much exercise within Krishna conscious movement. We should love everyone. If you love Krishna, then you should love everyone. And if you want to love everyone, best way to love everyone is by giving Krishna consciousness to others. So, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had great feeling for everyone. That's why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he came to this world to preach. When, I tell you one thing, before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared, Advaita Acharya came. When Advaita Acharya came, the people are mostly engaged in only fruitive activities. They are not engaged in devotional service. They were all mostly engaged in fruitive activities. Karma-kandiya things. They are not engaged in devotional service. So he was trying to preach, but it did not work. He tried again, it did not work. He tried again, it did not work. The cultured people, the educated people, they did not come. They didn't come with Advaita Acharya. Then Advaita Acharya, he made up his mind that I cannot do this. I cannot do this. It's practically impossible. So one day, if you read Chaitanya Bhagavat, one day he thought in his mind that I tried so much to preach Krishna consciousness, but it's not working. Everybody is so much engaged in only dharma, artha, kama, only fruitive activities. Nobody interested in devotional service to Krishna, pure devotional service. So then he thought that I will try my best to make appear Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this world. I will try, but if he doesn't, then Advaita Acharya, he showed his anger. In his thought, he created anger. He said, I will try my best, but if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord, doesn't appear, then I will appear from within my body as Advaita Acharya, come out as Mahavishnu, and I will kill everyone. He said, I will kill everyone. Because they are not interested in Krishna consciousness, they are not interested in devotional service. Then, when he showed his anger within his mind, then after some day became again peaceful. He said, this maybe better I try something else. Then he thought in the mind that I will take my Shaligam Shil every day by the side of the Ganga river, and I will worship Shaligam Shil every day with Ganga water and Tulsi. And I will call out for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to appear. I will call out Lord to appear in this world. And as he was worshipping every day for several months, for several years he was doing, and still Lord did not reply to his prayers. So then, one day, as he was worshipping Shaligam Shila with Tulsi leaves, he made a very roaring sound, just like more louder than a lion sound. And that sound was so heavy, it penetrated through all the planetary systems, even to Brahmaloka, covering of the Brahmaloka, everything. And that sound went to Goloka Vrindavan. It went beyond Vaikuntha, and it reached to Goloka Vrindavan. And that sound was heard by whom? By Radha and Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan. And then Mahaprabhu, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then Krishna thought that my devotee is calling here, I have to appear. My time has come. Then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then Lord Krishna decided that I should appear as Chaitanya. And that's why we should be very thankful that Advaita Acharya, by his prayers, by his calling out for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to appear, he appeared actually. If Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not come, what would happen? One of the devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Vasughosh, he is praying, Jodi Gaura na hoito, tabe ki hoito, kemone dharitam deha, Radhara mahima, Prema rasa sima jagate janato ke. If Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not come, who would glorify Srimati Radharani as we can hear now about Srimati Radharani's glorious activities? Jodi Gaur na hoito, tabe ki hoito. What would happen if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not come? How would I maintain this body? How would I maintain it? Vasugos is praying. Very educated devotee, very poetic devotee. He's praying. Jodi Gaur na hoito, tabe ki hoito, kemone dharitam deha. How would I maintain this body? And who would explain in such an exalted way the position of Srimati Radharani? Srimati Radharani is the most exalted devotee. She is the best devotee of Krishna. There are no one as good as devotee of Srimati Radharani to Lord Krishna. Radharani is the most dear devotee to Krishna. If Radharani recommends somebody to Lord Krishna, Krishna can never deny. So that's why Prabhupada said we should try to always take the shelter of Srimati Radharani and pray to her for Krishna's blessings. Because if Radharani recommends, then Krishna never say no. So, this Vasugos is praying that if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not come, then what would happen to this world? This world would be hellish. Now, because Mahaprabhu was here, now we can see the Sankirtan is still going on. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, I was reading other day, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, when Lord Ramachandra was here in this world, because of his exalted position, because of his exalted duty as a king, all the citizens were religious. Everybody was following religious principle. And because all the citizens were following religious principle, everybody was so pious because of having a nice monarchy system, nice king, like Lord Ramachandra. Even though Lord Ramachandra, he came in Treta Yuga, but the citizen was feeling that they were in Satya Yuga. So Prabhupada said in that purport that if combined together, all the devotees, they chant Hare Krishna and they go on not committing any sinful activities, then within this Kali Yuga, we can have Satya Yuga. It's possible. Nothing is impossible. Prabhupada said that there is meaning to it when devotee is writing something like that. So that's why Prabhupada said that this movement will go on for 10,000 years. 10,000 years, this movement, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement is going to go on. And we can see that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement can never be stopped by anybody. So many people trying to stop it, but they can't stop it. Because the strength of the devotees, congregational devotees, strength are together united, no one can stop this movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because it was predicted by the scripture. So, we should be very thankful to Srila Prabhupada that Prabhupada took all the risks to come here and expand this Krishna consciousness, especially to the fallen souls of this part of these countries like Europe and America. Others who would give us? Prabhupada is so merciful. And now we can see that we can get together, any part you go to North America, anywhere, you see devotees, you can get some prasadam, you can get books, you can do sankirtan. These are all activities, pure activities, devotional activities that Prabhupada gave it to us. So I'll stop here. Anybody has any questions or comments, or if you want to add something, we have a few minutes more. Then we'll have a mini arati. Hare Krishna, yes. Yes. This, like in America, when
what is the question?
Our question was that I said that there are many people opposing Krishna conscious movement. So he's asking, who are those people? So I just told you, Jagai Maharaj, he was opposing, they were opposing. And when Prabhupada came to America, we had so many in North America, in Australia, in Russia. There are so many people opposed Krishna conscious movement. They tried, but they couldn't stop it. In America, when Prabhupada came here, so many people, they tried to stop Krishna. Even they made they made a brainwashing case against this movement. And the movement has to suffer for so many years. We had to spend millions of dollars in the court to win the case. Because otherwise the court was ordering that we should sell the temples like Atlanta, Los Angeles, many temples like that. We should sell them. But the disciples of Prabhupada and some of the grand disciples, they fought very vigorously and they win the case. In Russia, they tried to stop Bhagavad Gita. They said Bhagavad Gita is not authorized. But the devotees fought in the court and we won the case. And now Bhagavad Gita preaching is going on. It's not that, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's time, so many people, there were so many scrupulous people, smarters, they tried to stop Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, but they couldn't do it. When Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came, he was also stopped. So many Sahajiyas, they tried to stop Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur's preaching, but Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur didn't stop. He went with the preaching. Even at the cost of their life, Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur was attacked, physically attacked. But the devotees saved him. But he never stopped the preaching. So when you preaching Krishna consciousness, there can be opposition, there can be attack, but we should remain Krishna conscious. Haridas Thakur, great example, Haridas Thakur. When he was preaching to the Muslim people, the Muslim king didn't like it. He said, how you're born in a Javana family, you're born in a Mohammedan family, how you can chant Hare Krishna, how can you chant the names of Hindu God? They say, he called him kafir. How can you chant Hindu names, Hindu God's name? So, Haridas Thakur was asked by the king, Muslim king, that you give up this chanting. But Haridas Thakur replied, no, even if you kill me, still I am not going to stop chanting. So then the king ordered that the Haridas Thakur should be beaten in public in 22 marketplaces. The king ordered it. And he was taken to by 22 marketplaces, and the representative of the king, they were hitting him with the whips. And this hitting was so hard that if you get hit in one marketplace, you can die. But Haridas Thakur was beaten in 22 marketplaces, still he didn't die. Still he didn't leave his body because he was totally transcendental. He was not in a bodily platform. And then this representative of king, they were saying that, my dear sir, if you don't die, then king will kill us. And we have family, we have wife, children. What they going to do? So you please die. So then Haridas Thakur, being very merciful to this representative of kings, so he took a full samadhi. He took a full trance. So they felt that Haridas Thakur, he died, he was dead. So they took his body and they put in the Ganga river. And he was floating, very happily he was floating in the Ganga, and he came to the other side and he started again chanting Hare Krishna. So this is the devotee. So no matter what the so-called atheistic people, demoniac people, they try to stop Chaitanya Mahaprabhu movement, but Nisringadev and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna will always protect this movement. Krishna will always protect his devotee. That is his promise. Anyone else, any other questions? Okay, so we'll stop here and we'll have Kirtan. Duto Haru, please. Jai Ganthra Srimad Bhagavad ki Jai. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunnavadi Pasyato Deshotarine Shota So this time finally came, so we are really thankful to him. And he got married, so he wants the blessing from all the devotees. That's why he's sponsoring the big feast for all of you. So can we... So can we pray for this wonderful family with raising our hands? Chant one time Hare Krishna mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Actually, Jayanti Bhai, he told me that he wants a blessing for his son so that his son can become a devotee of Krishna. And also he actually got married to a girl from Indonesia. So he's trying to bring her, and so that's why he's praying to Radha Madan Mohan so they can get together here and they can serve Radha Madan Mohan. Jayanti Bhai has been serving this temple for many, many years. Almost what, 20 years? 30 years? 40 years. 40 years. So we're really thankful to this family. Thank you, Jayanti Bhai. Hare Krishna. Huh? Haribo. So we are giving you the book called Nectar of Devotion. So you can get some devotion for Krishna. Okay? Hare Krishna. So we have another 2 more sponsors, but they're not here. But I think sometimes devotees, they're watching our website camera. So we can also pray for this wonderful family and raise our hand and chant Hare Krishna one more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we have a few announcements. The Sunday school for ISKCON Atlanta is going to start again back. So if you want to admit your son, then you can get a form from the table or you can come and see me. The forms available. Because Ujjeshwari Mataji, she hasn't come back yet from India, but she'll be back soon. And we're going to restart this Sunday school for the children. And generally we take students from 6 to 7 until 10 to 14 like that above age. And you can check out the form. And actually Vedasar Prabhu, our temple president, is in India right now. So he was saying that we have hosted such a big festival for last 10 days, almost 7-8 days. So he's requesting that because generally this is a very small temple, so he's requesting that if we can somehow or other support this temple. Generally when we have a temple, we need men, we need money, and we need all kinds of things to facilitate Krishna's seva. So if there is any way devotees wants to do some seva to contribute towards this temple, you can see me or you can see Govardhan Lila Mataji. So right now we have this, and also you can see Adigadava Tudisa, the authorized people. But if you want to give donation for ISKCON Atlanta, then you can only give to this type of these people. If somebody is asking a donation from you in the name of ISKCON, and if they are not authorized, then you shouldn't do it. Because we want to see that your donation is coming to serve Krishna in ISKCON Atlanta. So this is our temple president request. So on the April 10th, there is a 2022, we have Ram Navami, the appearance of Lord Ramachandra. So you're going to be celebrating. So you can pencil this date, so you can come. I think what date is? Sunday. So it's a very nice day. You can all participate. We'll have Abhishek for Lord Ram. We'll have Abhishek, we'll have Prasadam, we'll have Ramakatha. So if you're I know if you have to go to different other cities, if you came from other cities or other state, then you may not be able to come, but those who are within Metro Atlanta, you can all come and join us. Sunday is the open day because most of the devotees are they have holidays. So you can come and participate and we can have a grand celebration for the appearance of Lord Ramachandra. Yes? Yes. Hari Bol. Any other announcement? Okay, so then I know many disciples who are waiting to hear from our Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj, because he was actually supposed to give Sunday lecture, Sunday Harikatha, but due to his health reason, he could not come. But still we are disciples, the servants and the secretary, they are trying to ask Guru Maharaj, requesting Guru Maharaj to have a little class, maybe by 6:30, maybe it may be here or maybe in the Discovery Center. Either we will do it. If you can wait, it's nice. You can get a chance to hear him. And suppose if you want to see personally Jayapataka Maharaj, or if you want to do some personally offer some seva, you can see Mahavaraha Prabhu, or you can see Shachi Pran Gaur Prabhu. You can see them and you can talk to them. And if you want to do some personal seva to Maharaj, to Jayapataka Maharaj, you are most welcome. He's a traveling sannyasi, he's traveling. I know because of his ill health, he could not travel so much, but still, he's going out of his way, he's taking all his trips and he's traveling to help his disciples and and also he wants to speak about Krishna to others. So he's always going and traveling and preaching. It's very nice. And if you have opportunity, you can serve, especially for the disciples, it's a great opportunity. But non-disciples also, if you want to do some seva to Guru Maharaj, you're welcome too. We're requesting from the temple side. You can do that. So now, if you're waiting here, we'll go on with the kirtan. But if you have to go, because tomorrow I know everything's opening up, you have a job, you have to go to work, children has to go to school. So if you have to go, then you can go outside and you can get a prasad. Don't leave without prasadam. We request everyone to have prasadam. So you can go outside and have prasadam. That's okay? Okay, prasadam is outside, so you can take your prasad from there. Otherwise, if you're going to wait for Maharaj to come, then we'll continue the kirtan and you can be in kirtan, okay? Hare Krishna.
What is this chance that you come to the kirtan?
They are still talking about it. They were still talking about it.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's a huge 4.0.
Yo le enseño a Arjuna.
Where you live, Atlanta? I'm sorry.
In Mayapur.
New Orleans?
I live in Mayapur.
Mayapur? Oh my God.
17 years.
¿Ustedes saben que ahorita están cambiando la ciudad? ¿Cómo se llama?
Let me see my Didima picture.
Huh?
My Didima picture.
No.
Aloha.
¿Qué más? ¿Así sabe traducir bien Perú?
Hare Krishna. 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 Hare Krishna.
Today, I'll continue reading the Chaitanya book.
So today, we are going to continue reading the Chaitanya book.
And I'll read the
We're waiting for Janakina Bhumi.
Just join in.
It's too cold.
Mayavadi philosopher stress Tat Tvam Asi to cover the real Mahamantra Omkara under the section all the residents of Varanasi become Vaishnavas. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela, chapter 7, text number 128.
বেদ তরুর বীজ প্রণবী মহাকাব্য ও ঈশ্বর স্বরূপ প্রণবর্ষে মহাকাব্য বেদেরও নিদান ঈশ্বর স্বরূপ প্রণব সর্ববিশ্বধাম.
The Vedic sound vibration Omkar, the principal word in the Vedic literatures, is the basis of all Vedic vibrations. Therefore, one should accept Omkar as a sound representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that is the word of the cosmic manifestation. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, text number 13, the glories of Omkar are described as follows. Om iti eka aksharam brahma vyarena mam anuswaran ya prayati tajan deham sa yati paramam gatim. This verse indicates that Omkar or Pranava is a direct representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, if at the time of death one simply remembers Omkar, he remembers the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is therefore immediately transferred to the spiritual world.
Hello.
Omkar is a basic principle of all Vedic mantras, for it is a representation of Lord Krishna, understanding of whom is the ultimate goal of the Vedas, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Vedesu sarva aham eva vedya. Mayavadi philosophers cannot understand these simple facts explained in the Bhagavad Gita, and yet they are very proud of being Vedantis. Sometimes, therefore, we refer to the Vedanti philosophers as Vedantis, those who have no teeth. V means without, and Danti means possessing teeth. The statements of the Shankara philosophy, which are the teeth of the Mayavadi philosopher, are always broken by the strong arguments of Vaishnava philosophers, such as the great Acharyas, especially Ramanujacharya. Sripad Ramanujacharya and Madhvacharya break the teeth of the Mayavadi philosophers, who can therefore be called Vedantis, toothless. As mentioned above, the transcendental vibration Omkar is explained in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 13. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and puts his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. Unquote. If one actually understands that Omkar is the sound representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whether he chants Omkar or the Hare Krishna mantra, the result is certainly the same. The transcendental vibration of Omkar is further explained in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 17. Pitaham asya jagato mata dhata pitamaha vedyam pavitram Omkar rik sama yajur evacha. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, and the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, the purifier, and the syllable Om. I am also the Rik, the Sama, and the Yajur Vedas. Similarly, the transcendental sound Om is further explained in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 17, verse 23. Om Tat Sat Iti Nirdesho Brahmanastri Vidhasmita Brahmanastena Vedascha Yagnascha Vihita Pura. From the beginning of creation, the three syllables Om Tat Sat have been used to indicate the supreme absolute truth, Brahman. They were uttered by Brahmanas while chanting Vedic hymns and doing sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. Throughout all the Vedic literatures, the glories of Omkar are specifically mentioned. Sri Jiva Goswami, in his thesis Bhagavad Sandarbha, says that in the Vedic literature, Omkar is considered to be the sound vibration of the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Only this vibration of transcendental sound can deliver a conditioned soul from the clutches of Maya. Sometimes Omkar is also called the deliverer, Tara. Srimad Bhagavatam begins with the Omkar vibrations. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Therefore, Omkar has been described by the great commentator Sridhar Swami as Tara Ankura, the seed of deliverance from the material world. Since the Supreme Godhead is absolute, His holy name and His sound vibration Omkar are as good as He Himself. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that the holy name of Omkar, the transcendental representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has all the potencies of the Personality of Godhead. Nam Namakari Bhamuda Nija Sarva Saktis Tatar Pitani Amita Smaranena Kalaha. All potencies are invested in the holy vibration of the holy name of the Lord. There is no doubt that the holy name of the Lord, Omkar, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself. In other words, anyone who chants Omkar and the holy name of the Lord, Hare Krishna, immediately meets the Supreme Lord directly in His sound form. In the Narada Pancharatra, it is clearly said that the Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayan personally appears before the chanter who engages in chanting the Ashta Akshara or 8-syllable mantra Om Namo Dharanaya. A similar statement in the Mandukya Upanishad declares that whatever one sees in the spiritual world is all an expansion of the spiritual potency of Omkar. On the basis of all the Upanishads, Sri Jiva Goswami says that Omkar is the supreme absolute truth and is accepted as such by all the acharyas and authorities. Omkar is beginningless, changeless, supreme, and free from deterioration and external contamination. Omkar is the origin, middle, and end of everything. Any living entity who thus understands Omkar attains the perfection of spiritual identity in Omkar. Omkar, being situated in everyone's heart, is Ishvara, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse number 61, Ishvara sarva bhutanam hridedesha arjuna tishtati. Omkar is as good as Vishnu because Omkar is as all-pervasive as Vishnu. One who knows Omkar and Lord Vishnu to be identical no longer has to lament or hanker. One who chants Omkar no longer remains a Shudra but immediately comes to the position of a Brahmana. Simply by chanting Omkar, one can understand the whole creation to be one unit, or an expansion of the energy of the Supreme Lord. Idam hi vishvam bhagwan evataro yato jagasthana nirodha sambhava. The Supreme Lord, Personality of Godhead, is Himself this cosmos, and still He is aloof from it. From Him only this cosmic manifestation has emanated. In Him it rests, and unto Him it enters after annihilation. Although one who does not understand concludes otherwise. Srimad Bhagavatam states that the entire cosmic manifestation is but an expansion of the energy of the Supreme Lord. Realization of this is possible simply by chanting the holy name of the Lord Omkar. One should not, however, foolishly conclude that because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is omnipotent, we have manufactured a combination of letters A, U, and Ma to represent Him. Factually, the transcendental sound Omkara although a combination of three letters, A, U and Ma, has transcendental potency, and one who chants Omkar will very soon realize Omkar and Lord Vishnu to be non-different. Krishna declares, Pranava Sarva Vedeshu, and the symbol Om in the Vedic mantras. One should therefore conclude that among the many incarnations of Supreme Personality of Godhead, Omkar is a sound vibration, sound incarnation. All the Vedas accept these theses. One should always remember the holy name of the Lord and Lord Himself are always identical. Abhinatvam nama namino. Since Omkar is a basic principle of all Vedic knowledge, it is uttered before one begins to chant any Vedic hymn. Without Omkar, no Vedic mantra is successful. The Goswamis therefore declared that Pranava, Omkar, is a complete representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And they have analyzed Omkar in terms of its alphabetical constituents as follows. Akarane uchate Krishna sarvalokaika nayaka Ukarane uchate Radha makaro jiva vachaka. Omkar is a combination of letters A, U and Ma. A Karana uchate Krishna. Letter A, Akara, refers to Krishna, who is Sarva Lokaika Nayaka, the master of all living entities and planets, material and spiritual. Nayaka means leader. He is supreme leader. Nityo Nityanam Chetnas Chetnanam. The letter U, Ukara, indicates Srimati Radharani, the pleasure potency of Krishna. And Ma, Makara, indicates the living entities, Jivas. Thus, Om is a complete combination of Krishna, His potency, and His eternal servitors. In other words, Omkar represents Krishna, His name, fame, pastimes, entourage, expansions, devotees, potencies, and everything else pertaining to Him. As Chaitanya Mahaprabhu states in the present verse of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Sarva Vishwadhama, Omkar is the resting place of everything, just as Krishna is the resting place of everything. Brahmanohi Pratishtaham. The Mayavadi philosophers consider many Vedic mantras to be the Mahavakya, or principal Vedic mantras, such as Tat Tomasi, Chandogya Upanishad 6-8-7, Idam Sarvam Yat Ayam Atma, and Brahmidam Sarvam, and Atmavidam Sarvam, Nasnanasti Kinchana. That is a great mistake. Only Omkar is a Mahavakya. All these other mantras, the Mayavadis accept as Mahavakya, are only incidental. They cannot be taken as a Mahavakya or Mahamantra. The mantra Tat Tvam Asi indicates only a partial understanding of the Vedas. Unlike Omkar, which represents the full understanding of the Vedas. Therefore, the transcendental sound that includes all Vedic knowledge is Omkar, Pranava. Aside from Omkar, none of the words uttered by the followers of Shankaracharya can be considered the Mahavakya. They are merely passing remarks. Shankaracharya, however, has never stressed chanting of the Mahavakya Omkar. He has accepted only Tat Tvam Asi as a Mahavakya. Imagining the living entity to be God, he has misrepresented all the mantras of the Vedanta Sutra with the motive of proving that there is no separate existence of the living entities and the supreme absolute truth. This is similar to the politician's attempt to prove non-violence from Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is violent to demons, and to attempt to prove that Krishna is not violent is ultimately to deny Krishna. As such, explanations of the Bhagavad Gita are absurd. And so also is Shankaracharya's explanation of the Vedanta Sutra. and no sane and reasonable man will accept it. At present, however, the Vedanta Sutra is misrepresented not only by the so-called Vedantis, but also by other unscrupulous persons who are so degraded that they even recommend that sannyasis eat meat, fish and eggs. In this way, the so-called followers of Shankara, the impersonalist Mayavadis, are sinking lower and lower. How can these degraded men explain the Vedanta Sutra, which is the essence of all Vedic literature? Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has declared Mayavadi Bhasya Sunile Haya Sarvanash. Anyone who hears commentary on the Vedanta Sutra from the Mayavada school is completely doomed. As explained in the Bhagavad Gita 15:15, Vedesya Sarva Ahameva Vedya. All Vedic literature aims at understanding Krishna. Mayavadi philosophy, however, has deviated everyone from Krishna. Therefore, there is a great need for Krishna consciousness movement all over the world to save the world from degradation. Every intelligent and sane man must abandon the philosophical explanation of the Mayavadis and accept the explanation of Vaishnava Acharyas. One should read Bhagavad Gita as it is to try to understand the real purpose of the Vedas.
So, Om is actually three letters. A, U, Ma.
So Om is actually three letters. A, U and Ma.
It means A is the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
It means A is the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
U is his energies.
U is his energies.
Ma are the living entities.
And Ma are the living entities.
So, thinking of a Supreme Personality of Godhead and chanting Om.
So thinking of Supreme Personality of Godhead and chanting Om,
one goes back to Godhead.
One goes back to Godhead.
And unfortunately, Shankaracharya, he neglected Omkara.
Unfortunately, Shankaracharya neglected Omkara.
And he said, Tat Tvam Asi is the Mahavakya.
And he said, Tat Tvam Asi is a Mahavakya.
But actually all the acharyas said, the real Mahavakya is Omkara.
But actually all the acharyas said the real Mahavakya is Omkara.
So, chanting the Om or chanting the Hare Krishna mantra is recommended.
So chanting the Om or chanting the Hare Krishna mantra is recommended.
But the Mayavadis, they deviate one from the personality of Godhead.
But the Mayavadis, they did not believe in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Deviate from Supreme Personality of Godhead.
So, that's why Lord Chaitanya said, listening to the Mayavadi explanation of the Vedanta Sutra, one is doomed.
That's why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, to listen to the Mayavada explanation of the Shankaracharya makes one doomed.
So, you may be wondering why such a long purport.
You may be wondering why such a long purport.
course, this is very subtle, but Om is considered most important.
Of course, this is very subtle, but Om is considered most important.
And somehow the Mayavadis, they avoid Om.
Some of the Mayavadis, they avoid Om.
So this is a very important thing.
So this is very important.
That we see that everything comes from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. See that everything comes.
So we see that everything comes from the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
And he is represented by Om.
And he's represented by A-U-M-A, Om.
So, Vedanti. Danta means teeth.
Prabhupada word Vedanti. Vedanti, Tanti means teeth.
Ve means no.
V means no.
No teeth.
So Vedanti means no teeth.
Arguments don't have any sense.
Mayavadi has no sense.
So, there's people are misunderstanding that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not the real cause. They think that impersonal truth is the cause.
These people are misunderstanding that Supreme Personality of Godhead is not the real cause, and they think there is some impersonal cause to everything.
So, this Suddha Advaita, pure oneness.
So they believe in Shuddha Advaita, pure oneness.
It confuses all people.
It confuses all people.
So we should be very careful not to think of the impersonal truth.
So we should be very careful not to think of the impersonal truth.
Unfortunately, all the Western philosophies based on the Bible or Quran, they tend to see the actual truth as impersonal.
Fortunately, most of the Western philosophies like Bible, the Quran, see the supreme truth to be impersonal.
But in the Bible, they say Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
But in the Bible, it says Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
How are they, but now I find that people are impersonal.
So how do we find people are impersonal?
So, what Chaitanya is explaining to the Mayavadi sannyasis,
So Lord Chaitanya is explaining to the Mayavadi sannyasis
the actual purpose of the Vedanta Sutra.
the actual purpose of the Vedanta Sutra.
This is shocking to the Mayavadis.
So this is shocking to the Mayavadis. Chaitanya Adilya, chapter 7, text number 129.
ঈশ্বর বাচ্য প্রণব বাচক তত্ত্বমস্যাদি বেদের একাংশ দোত্তক মাত্র সর্বাশ্রয় ঈশ্বরের করি প্রণব উদ্দেশ তত্ত্বমসি বাক্য হয় বেদের এক দেশ।
It is the purpose of the Supreme Personality Godhead to present Pranava, Omkar, as the reservoir of all Vedic knowledge. The words Tat Tvam Asi are only a partial explanation of Vedic knowledge. Tat Tvam Asi means you are the same spiritual identity.
So, you can see why they're presenting Tattva-masi. They're not saying that everybody is the same absolute truth.
So you're seeing how they're saying that Tattva-masi is all absolute truth.
Everybody is same as
So the Mayavadis address each other as Narayana.
So Mayavadis address each other as Narayana.
They are saying that everybody is God.
So they're saying that everybody is God.
So that's why this deviation is so great.
So that's why this situation is so great. So that's why this deviation is so great. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adilila, chapter 7, text number 130.
প্রণব মহাবাক্য তাহা করি আচ্ছাদন, মহাবাক্যে করি তত্ত্ব মসির স্থাপন।
Pranava, Omkar, is a Mahavakya, Mahamantra in the Vedas. Shankaracharya's followers covers this to stress without authority the mantra Tat Tvam Asi. Purport. The Mayavadi philosophers stress the statements Tat Tvam Asi, Soham, etc., but they do not stress the real Mahamantra, Pranava, Omkar. Therefore, because they misrepresent Vedic knowledge, they are the greatest offenders to the lotus feet of Lord.
Wow! Offenders.
Offenders.
The greatest.
The greatest. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says clearly, Mayavadi Krishna Aparadhi. Mayavadi philosophers are the greatest offenders to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna declares, Tanaham Dushita Kruran Samsareshu Naradhaman Shivami Arjashram Ashubhan Asturishava Eva Yonishu. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among mankind, I perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life.
Wow!
Wow! Life in demoniac species awaits the Mayavadi philosophers after death because they're envious of Krishna. When Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, text number 34, Manmanadho Matbhakto Manjajima Namaskuru, engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me. One demoniac scholar says, it is not Krishna to whom one must surrender. This scholar is already suffering in this life, and he will have to suffer again in the next, if in this life he does not complete his prescribed suffering. One should be very careful not to be envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the next verse, therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu clearly states the purport of the Vedas.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki
Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila, chapter 7, text number 131.
বেদাদি শাস্ত্রে অভিধা ভিত্তিতে কৃষ্ণই স্বীকৃত, সর্ববেদ সূত্রে করে কৃষ্ণের অভিধান, মুখ্য বৃত্তি ছাড়ি কইল লক্ষণা ব্যাখ্যান।
In all the Vedic sutras and literatures, it is Lord Krishna who is to be understood. But the followers of Shankaracharya have covered the real meaning of the Vedas with indirect explanations. Purport. It is said, Vede Ramanya Chaiva Purane Bharata Tatha Adam Ante Cha Madhe Cha Hari Sarvatra Giyate. In the Vedic literature, including the Ramayana, Puranas, and Mahabharata, from the very beginning, Adao, to the end, Ante Cha, as well as within the middle, Madhe Cha, only Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is explained.
So, beginning and middle. Hari is being explained.
So beginning and middle. Hari is being explained.
The Supreme Personality is being focused on.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead is being focused upon.
But the Mayavadis, they avoid Hari or Krishna.
But the Mayavadis, they avoid Hari or Krishna.
And they come up with personal interpretation.
And they come up with impersonal interpretations.
So we should be very careful not to subject ourselves to Shankaracharya, Mayavadi Vakya.
So we should be very careful not to subject ourselves to Shankaracharya, Mayavad Vakya. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Leela, chapter 7, text number 132.
নিরপেক্ষ শব্দ প্রমাণই সর্বশ্রেষ্ঠ শতঃ প্রমাণ বেদ প্রমাণ শিরোমণি লক্ষণ করিলে শত প্রমাণ তাহানি.
The self-evident Vedic literatures are the highest evidence of all. But if these literatures are interpreted, their self-evident nature is lost. Purport. We quote Vedic evidence to support our statements. But if we interpret it according to our own judgment, the authority of the Vedic literature is rendered imperfect or useless. In other words, by interpreting the Vedic version, one minimizes the value of Vedic evidence. When one quotes from Vedic literature, it is understood the quotations are authoritative. How can one bring the authority under his own control? That is the case of principis obsta.
They say in discussions with the pundits, they would quote different verses from the Vedas.
You see, in discussion with the pundits, they would quote different verses from the Vedas.
And those verses were considered as evidence.
And those verses were considered as evidence.
But if one interprets the Vedas in their own way, then the Vedas lose their importance.
So if one interprets from the Vedas in their own way, the Vedas lose importance.
But we find that, like Prabhupada, he has Bhagavad Gita as it is, he would quote Bhagavad Gita as it is.
So we find that Sri Prabhupada titled Bhagavad Gita as it is, and he would quote from Bhagavad Gita as it is.
So that Gita was accepted as evidence.
So that Gita was accepted as the evidence.
But the Shankaracharya, in some ways, he avoided this idea of the Vedas.
So the Shankaracharya somehow avoided this idea of the Vedas.
And that created confusion.
And in that he created confusion.
He was asked to do that by Krishna.
He was asked to do that by Krishna.
And that's not his fault.
That's not his fault.
But he did that in order to bring the Buddhists back to the Vedic version.
He did that to bring back the Buddhists back to the Vedas.
But actually, we should hear from the Vaishnava Acharyas.
But actually we should hear from the Vaishnava Acharyas.
Like Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Lord Chaitanya.
Like Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
And not the Mayavadi.
And not the Mayavadi. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila, chapter 7, text number 133.
শঙ্করের ব্যাখ্যা লক্ষণা বৃত্তিমূলা সুতরাং কাল্পনিক এই মতো প্রতিসূত্রে সহজার্থ ছাড়িয়া গৌণার্থ ব্যাখ্যা করে কল্পনা করিয়া.
Translation of Prabhupada. To prove their philosophy, the members of the Mayavada school have given up the real, easily understood meaning of the Vedic literature and introduced indirect meanings based on their imaginative powers. Purport. Bhashya Prabhupada. Unfortunately, the Shankarite interpretation has covered almost the entire world. Therefore, there is a great need to present the original, easily understood, natural import of the Vedic literature. We have therefore begun by presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is, and we propose to present all the Vedic literature in terms of the direct meaning of its words. Thus ends the chapter entitled Mayavadi philosophers stress Tattvamasi to cover the real Mahamantra Omkar under the section how all the residents of Varanasi became Vaishnavas.
So, Lord Chaitanya was presenting these arguments to the Mayavadi sannyasis.
So Lord Chaitanya was presenting these arguments to the Mayavadi sannyasis.
And thus, they could understand that what they've been studying was incorrect.
Thus they could understand that what they have been studying was incorrect.
And that Lord Chaitanya was explaining the things in a very simple way.
And Lord Chaitanya was explaining the things in a very simple way.
Prabhupada, he wanted to present the Vedas as it is.
Srila Prabhupada wanted to present the Vedas as it is.
He was asked to recommend Bhagavad Gita that his followers could read.
He was asked to recommend a Bhagavad Gita that his followers could read.
But although there are 400 Gitas in English,
But although there were 400 Gitas in English,
he couldn't recommend anyone because the authors had changed things to show their own imaginable power.
but the authors have changed things to show their own imaginable powers.
And so actually Lord Chaitanya, he met the Vijaya Keshav Kashmiri.
So actually Lord Chaitanya met Digvijaya Keshav Kashmiri.
And he said that he'd like to hear his composition, glorifying the Ganges.
And he said he would like to hear his composition, glorifying Ganges.
So Keshav Kashmiri started to compose 100 verses.
So Keshav Kashmiri started to compose 108 verses.
Lord Chaitanya asked him, could you please tell me the defects and the good qualities of your composition?
So Lord Chaitanya asked him, could you please tell me the defects and good qualities of your composition?
So he said, defects? No defects. My composition is perfect.
So he said, defects? My composition has no defects. It's perfect.
Lord Chaitanya, he picked out one of the verses, 57 or something.
Lord Chaitanya picked out one of the verses, 57 or something.
And he explained the good quality of that verse.
So he explained the good quality of that verse.
And then he explained some of the defects of that verse.
And then he explained some of the defects of that verse.
He said that, you said, so he had quoted and said that that Lord Shiva had caught the Ganges in his hair.
So he said that you had said Lord Shiva had caught Ganges in his head.
But the verse he used was that the husband of Baba, Durga Devi, was caught the Ganges in his hair.
But the word he had used in the verse said that the husband of the Bhava had caught Ganges in his head.
So that is somewhat confusing. Does that mean that Durga has two husbands?
So that was the confusing. Does that mean that Durga had two husbands?
Because he called it that Durga husband.
Because he quoted Durga husband.
So I got he picked out some defects.
So like that he pointed out some defects.
And Keshav Kashmiri explained to Saraswati, why did this youth defeat me?
So Keshav Kashmiri, he prayed to Saraswati and said, why did this youth defeat me?
Why didn't you save me?
Why didn't you save me?
And then Saraswati told him, he's my husband.
Then Saraswati told him, he's my husband.
I can't defend you against him.
I can't defend you against him.
So by this he realized that Lord Chaitanya was Krishna himself.
By this he realized that Lord Chaitanya is Krishna himself.
And then he went to the house of Lord Chaitanya
So then he went to the house of Lord Chaitanya
and offered his obeisances.
and he offered his obeisances.
And then he realized that who Lord Chaitanya was.
And then he realized who Lord Chaitanya was.
And so Lord Chaitanya wanted to defeat him, but in such a way that it was like a subtle.
So Lord Chaitanya wanted to defeat him in such a way that it was subtle.
Because otherwise, they'd steal the pundits and all of it, but steal his horses, elephants.
Because otherwise, the pundits of Navadvip would steal his forces, his alibis.
So after that, he surrendered to Lord Chaitanya and became an acharya in the New Marga school.
So after that, he surrendered to Lord Chaitanya and became an acharya in the Nimbarka school.
So Lord Chaitanya, naturally he's the greatest scholar.
Lord Chaitanya naturally is the greatest scholar.
But he was presenting himself very humbly.
But he was presenting himself very humbly.
And but in his presentation, he presented the Mayavadi philosophy full of defects.
But in his presentation of Mayavad philosophy, he presented that it's full of defects.
So, Mayavadi is Tattvamasi, but the real Mahavakya is Omkara.
So the Mayavadis use Tattvamasi, but the real Mahavakya is Omkara.
Any question?
Any questions?
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my respect.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my respect to obeisances, Guru Maharaj.
Please accept my respectful obeisances.
Accept it.
Guru Maharaj, why did, though Keshav Kashmiri knew that he is the Supreme Lord, why he didn't take from Lord Chaitanya and he had to go to Nimbarka Sampradaya?
So why Keshav Kashmiri, although knowing that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Supreme Lord, went to the Nimbarka line?
He didn't know that at first.
He didn't know it at first.
When he prayed to Saraswati and she revealed who he was,
When he prayed to Saraswati and she revealed who he was,
then he surrendered to Lord Chaitanya.
then he surrendered to Lord Chaitanya.
So, but previously he didn't, he thought, like this, like Ghanaian, extended grammar, these kids.
He didn't know, he thought that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a grammarian, he's teaching kids.
And then later, he realized that he was Krishna, and therefore he surrendered to him.
But later he realized that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Krishna and he surrendered to him.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yes, you.
Thank you for the class. My question is on the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So in the Mahamantra, the Omkar is not there. So Guru Maharaj, can you please explain why Omkar is not there in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra?
Why Omkar is not there in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra? Why Om is not there in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra?
In the Kali Santana Upanishad, it mentions the 16 names of Mahamantra Krishna.
In the Kali Santana Upanishad, it mentions the 16 letter Mahamantra.
And but in the purport, Prabhupada said if you say Omkar, say Hare Krishna.
In the purport, Sri Prabhupada said, say Hare Krishna, say Omkar.
So, you see, some of the Shankaracharya, they say that only Brahmins can chant the name or chant Omkar.
You see, some of the Shankaracharya followers, they say that only the Brahmanas can chant Omkara.
And Shankaracharya and Puri, say ladies can chant Omkar.
And Shankaracharya of Puri said the ladies can't chant Omkar.
So Prabhupada gave the Omkar to men and women both.
And Prabhupada gave Omkar to man and women both. Next question. Okay, yeah.
My question is that is said unless we get love of God, we can't go to the spiritual world. But the purport said if we chant Om, or in the Gita it said if you remember Krishna, you go back to the spiritual world. So is it that? So how do we reconcile both of them?
Our question is that we hear unless we get love of Godhead, we can't go back to spiritual world. Unless we get love of Godhead, we can't go to spiritual world. But here it's said in the purport that if somebody remembers Hare Krishna or Om at the moment of death, then they go back to Godhead. How can we reconcile these two statements?
You see, in the verse it says, and one chants Om Narayana, I go back to God.
You see, in the verse it said, if one chants Om Namo Narayanaya, then they go back to Godhead.
If they chant and remember Krishna, they go back to Godhead.
So if you chant and you remember Krishna, you go back to Godhead.
I don't know where it says that you have to have love of Krishna.
I don't know where it says that we have to have love for Krishna.
Can you quote that verse?
Can you quote that verse?
Certainly, if you have love for Krishna, it's definitely going back.
Certainly, if you have love for Krishna, you're definitely going back.
But in many verses like Ajamil, he called his son Narayana, he went back.
But in many cases, it's like Ajamiyu, he called his son Narayana and he went back.
Also in the Padma Purana, there's one lady, she had a parrot who would chant Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
So in the Padma Purana, there's an incident where this lady would chant, she had a parrot who would chant Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
And she would chant with the parrot.
And she would chant with the parrot.
No, she went back to Godhead.
And she went back to Godhead.
Lord Chaitanya gave out love for Godhead very freely.
Lord Chaitanya gave out love of Godhead very freely.
Lord Krishna, he gave love for Godhead only if people fully surrender.
Lord Krishna gave out love of Godhead to people who fully surrendered.
Lord Chaitanya is described as more merciful than even Krishna.
So Lord Chaitanya is described as more merciful than even Krishna.
So, Charan Madai had beaten Nityananda Prabhu.
So in Jagai Madai had beaten Lord Nityananda Prabhu.
And Nityananda Prabhu said he would still give the love of Godhead to him.
But Lord Nityananda Prabhu said that he would still give love of Godhead to him. It was 9:30.
Huh?
9:25. 35.
So that last question.
Last question.
And that way, Jagai Madai came to the Ganges and promised not to do any simple activities, and he got initiated by Lord Chaitanya.
So Jagai Madai bathed the Ganges and promised not to do any more sinful activities and got initiated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
So, Lord Nitai Gaur, they give special mercy.
So Lord Nitari Gaur, they give special mercy.
Since it's very late, many of you will have to go here and work well and here.
Since it's very late, many of you have to go to work tomorrow. We'll end here. Shri Prabhupada ki jai.
Pavan Guru Maharaj ki Prabhupada ki